Good morning. It's 9 o'clock and I'm going to call our work session to order. We're going to do some policy work session, a discussion regarding the school resource officers in the school building, a discussion on the potential resolutions for the creation of a community issues hotline. And of course, we're going to start off with our board policy work. And so I'd like to now call on Dr. Harmon.
And she is on and ready. Yes, thank you, Dr. Harmon.
Sorry, having a little bit of challenge with the unmute and camera.
No worries.
Good morning, President Hamada, members of the board, Dr. Watts, Ms. Holly. It is a pleasure to be here on a Saturday morning talking about policy. And so we are going to jump right in because we've got it seems like a lot of time, but our time will go quickly. I sent you all this morning access to a folder where you could see some of the things if you wanted to follow along independently, but I am going to share my screen and we'll be able to do those as well. So we're going to start right away. And I apologize when I'm doing this and sharing, I won't be able to see your faces. So please, if you have a question, just interrupt. I won't even be able to see the little hand raised, so that's okay. Okay, so I can't share, so I'm going to very quickly send this to the host and share this with the host, and then they can share this.
And thank you, Dr. Harmon, for all your work on this and getting this together. We really appreciate you being here on a Saturday, too.
No worries.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Joel, I think you can share now.
Okay.
I apologize about
that. Yeah.
No, it's okay. I would just send it to you really quickly, so it wasn't not a problem.
Try again one more time. That might be easier.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Here we are. Perfect.
Perfect.
All right. So I am now sharing the PowerPoint and I'm gonna minimize that window. So my portion of this meeting is to talk about policy, and we're going to jump right in. So our goals today are we're going to go over a policy review. We're going to talk about our schedule for the 2020-2021 school year and get some things on the board calendar, or at least attempt to start that process of getting some dates on the board calendar reserved especially for policy. Talk about the WASDA policy alert as a tool to help us identify essential policies for review, in addition to, of course, tackling the ones that are out of date. And then looking at the National School Board Association list from the September policy alert from WASDA, talking about annual policy action. And then as time permits, we've got a few policy updates that the board has looked at and worked on that we can start actually the review process. So jump right in. So with our policy overview, so I always start with kind of where we are and where we've been. And so where we've been or where we've left off with 4 series that WASDA has updated for us and that the board committed to dividing up and reviewing. And so thank you, board members, for allowing me access to those folders, for sharing that and doing that work. And I've struggled off and on for three years, really trying to figure out what the hard part is with policy review and policy update. It is a tedious process, and I think until you're sitting at the table doing the work, you don't realize how hard the process is. Every board that I've participated with in Kent School District has made an attempt and a commitment to address policy. And it wasn't until doing this work over the past few days that it finally dawned on me what I think our challenge is. It's not for commitment. It's not for lack of interest. Or even lack of time. It is truly that I think we have a number of policies that are well beyond maybe what is necessary. And I hope as we go through this, you'll start to see what I mean. So for example, we use WASDA as our model policy guide. WASDA has 35 policies for the 1000 series dealing with kind of school board governance and operations. KSD has 3 of those are essential, and KSD has those 3 essential policies. But KSD is missing 7 of the 35 policies. And one of those that is missing is essential, and it's 1805. But KSD also has 9 KSD only policies. Doesn't mean that KSD only policies aren't relevant. None of those are essential per WASDA's designation, but they are important to our core values. For example, policy 1801 is our race and equity policy, and that lives in the 1000 series. So it doesn't necessarily mean that every policy that's not essential or every policy that is outside of WASDA guidance needs to be removed, but it is something to consider as we go through. And it's not as relevant, I think, to the 1000 series, but you'll start to see what I mean as we go through some of the others. Questions about that? And we have addressed 1400, 1420, and 1630. That was some of our initial work when we last met. So 1400, I believe, is about meetings and quorum. 1420 is about the board agenda, and 1630 is about superintendent evaluation. So when we get to the 4000 series, the 4000 series, according to WASDA, has about 24 policies. KSD has 5 of those that are essential. We're missing 8 of the overall 24, but only 1 that we're missing is essential, and that's 4237. But we also have added 7 additional KSD only policies that are not essential per WASDA. When we get to the 5000 series, it starts to get a little meatier, and that's what WASDA said too. So as they sent them in order to update based on the number of policies in that series and kind of the weight of the topic. So the 5000 series is, of course, employees and staff, and there's 43 policies under WASDA. We have 7 of their essential policies. We're missing 25, but only 1 of the ones that we're missing per WASDA's 43 is essential. We, on top of the 43 that WASDA would recommend, some are discretionary, we have 9 additional KSD only policies. And last but not least, as of the series that WASDA has updated for us so far, is the 6000 series. And 6000 series deals with kind of financial management and operations. And there are 59 policies in the WASDA model policy book. We have 8 of those essential ones of the 59. We're missing 30 of their 59, but only 4 that we are missing are essential. And some of those we're going to try to address today. But on top of those 59 that WASDA recommends, we have 27 KSD only policies in the 6000 series. And so I think the theme that it started to dawn on me as I was doing this work is we've taken a lot of poetic license over the course of history in Kent School District with adding policies. And maybe some of our trouble is that we're not focusing on what's essential and what WASDA recommends. And we're focusing too much on, I think, sometimes what we think is relevant and not necessarily what is aligned to the law at the state or federal level. And that type of piece. So that's something that is going to be a theme for me as we move forward, is focusing on the essential pieces, focusing on WASDA recommendations first. Does that seem okay? Mm-hmm. Okay. Sorry, I can't see.
Yeah.
I'll ask, are there any questions? Or yes.
No,
Are there any questions about that? Or
I just have, this makes perfect sense. I just have a question because I didn't see your link before the meeting. Is this slideshow in the link? Are we going to get this slideshow?
Yes, we will, and I can make sure that that's there as well.
Okay.
And yes, and I'll make sure it's on board docs as well, because this is going to be, as we go, like I said, as we go forward, my recommendation is that we focus on each of these in the missing section that are essential.
Yes.
So that's going to be my recommendation for where we start to attack. And some of them you all have already looked at. So it's not that we haven't, like the board started that work by dividing up the 5,000, 6,000, 1,000, and 4,000 series. And we're on the path, but that's going to be my focus, is that we get those attacked first and then we move out from there. So the theme for this for me just dawned on how many additional policies we've added as a district over time. And in WASDA's updates to us, when they provided their, when we contracted with them to update our policies, they actually put a list of all of the policies that KSD had created on its own and recommended that we either review them, update them, or delete them. And so I think that, yes, we need to attack that piece as well, but that should be last on our list in determining, whether or not we remove them, whether or not they're addressed in some other place, or are they still part of our core value system?
Dr. Harmon, you may not have the answer to this, but I'm kind of a person that has to build on what, why, and that kind of stuff. Policies development in schools, I understand that a lot of them come across from actual RCW written laws. But how does all these other policies, the purpose of developing all these policies is because long ago, when the board started doing this, they felt that was also essential in their districts to create and need a direction. You may not have an answer to this, but I'm just trying to build a foundation on this.
So my answer is not going to be Kent specific because I wasn't here when all of them were done. But from a policy creation perspective, policy for any company or organization is your moral and legal foundation. So like you said, the basic basis for most policy is law, whether it's federal or state or local law. And then after that, it becomes what are the expectations within an organization for how they operate. It's how policy comes about. And so unfortunately, sometimes in an organization, policy is created out of the worst conditions, meaning something negative has happened and they want to correct that in a formal way. So they develop a policy and a procedure so that there's never a question about how that happens again. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's tied to a law, it's just tied to the expectations of operations within that organization. It could also be tied to a moral belief or moral commitment. So I give an example of our race and equity policy. There's nothing in law that says that we have to make a commitment to racial equity in Kent School District. That's a core value for us. So we've built a policy around that. And so that's why I said there's nothing wrong with adding additional policies. I think the problem comes when over time you don't go back to reevaluate, are these still something that is either really an issue? So do we still need to address it in that same formal way? Or are these still a moral value? And so I think that that's what happened. So I believe that each and every one of the policies that is here was developed out of the best of intentions for operation for Kent School District. It's just, I think, when you think about 59, since the screen is up on the 6,000 series, plus an additional 27, and then you think about the purpose of what policy is. So for people to actually be able to refer to it, to do what it's asking. And we're talking about just one series. So if there are more than 80 in this one, and you think about the other 6, because technically there's a 0 series that deals with just general operation, that's a lot to follow.
Do you have any history of when Kent School District started writing policies themselves?
That would be something that I cannot say. But I've seen some that are dated back in the early 90s and late 80s.
Okay, thank you.
So, I think, and I don't know if that is relative to the, at what point in time WASDA was providing particular supports or model policies versus they just had certain pieces that they were interested in on their own. So I don't know that specifically, but yeah.
Thank you.
So that's what dawned on me. That's going to be our focus, is that we focus on WASDA as our guide, because as I think, what Mr. Reynolds and I believe Mr. Leonard have emphasized for us when it comes to policy and our updating, the more we depend on ourselves to develop policy, the more sticky it gets and tricky with ensuring that we're following law and what we want to do and put in place. So we want to ensure that if it's going to be policy, that it is, and not aligned with a core value specifically, that it is addressing something that is legal. And that's where WASDA can provide some supports for us.
So Dr. Harmon, at one time we did have a conversation about whether necessarily we believe in terms of moral or ethical standards, if we necessarily need to conform to everything WASDA says. And I remember one specifically that I was against. So I guess I would say that sometimes verbiage, makes a difference in our own personal values. And so I would hope that we can have a discussion and not just sort of accept what WASDA has laid out.
Absolutely. And I
Okay.
apologize, Director Vengadaslam. I was not saying that we need to just blanket approve,
No,
or I'm not
it's-
suggesting that the board blanket approve and adopt whatever WASDA puts in model policy. That wasn't what I was suggesting. And I
Sure.
wasn't suggesting that we would skip any review process by the board or with the board before
Sure.
presenting a policy for adoption. I'm just saying that if WASDA recommends or labels something as essential,
Mhm.
that should be our focus for review and
Mhm.
bringing it to the board. And then based on that discussion, because the policy should reflect our core values in them. So there's room for that discussion, that consideration. We're a large district, we're a diverse district. So there are sometimes exceptions that we have to consider that most districts would not have to. So I apologize, that's not what I was suggesting at all.
No, understood. I just wanted to clarify that there were discussions. We're not always going to agree with what WASDA has laid out, but thank you. I
Right.
appreciate that.
And I think that's important, Maya. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I agree. I also think sometimes when I look at the WASDA policies, there's more words than necessary, and some of this just could be a bulleted list and more clear language. You know, it gets, you know, all the words they add make things really confusing.
Yes, and there are nuances sometimes in the law. I think Director Vengadaslam, you may remember we had a very robust conversation about, I think, employee conflict of interest, and there was an
Yes.
exception in the law. There was an exception in the policy about certain family members that could work in the
Yeah.
district and be hired, and we didn't agree with that, but it was literally called out in the RCW, and that was part of the language from the law of, I guess, some exception that was considered when the law was passed for the state.
Yeah.
So that's where kind of those check-ins can happen for us of we may disagree, but just making sure that we keep the legal language in there as well. And you're right, sometimes the words aren't meaningful or relevant to our district, but they apply to someone.
Yes, thank you. That was my.
So that's kind of my preamble to getting us into a conversation about the policy schedule, because I think that's where this starts. I want us to make a commitment and the board to consider and start the process of committing to what that could look like for us. So overall, we are missing 7 WASDA essential policies that we need to update. Now, some of those you all have already reviewed, and we just need to have a public discussion about them, but they do need to be updated. In addition to those 7, we know that there are going to be some COVID-19 policy updates that come, and then there are some that are relevant to some situations that have been highlighted under COVID-19 and other current sentiment. So, for example, I've listed 2 here, Policy 4310, Relations with Law Enforcement. It is not an essential policy under WASDA. It is encouraged, but I'd say that's very relevant given current climate. I would say that personnel leave, Policy 5320, is also something relevant under current climate. In addition to the COVID-19 relevant policies, we still need to address the 2000 series and 3000 series from WASDA. They've not sent updates, and I've reached out to Kelsey, and I understand that they've been a little bit busy with updating some other general policies for the state as it relates to COVID and other things. But they still do owe us 2 series updates. And then, of course, any legal changes that necessitate policy update. And that's where the policy alerts that come out from WASDA can help us guide those. So before we get into policy updates and details of policy, given what we have to do and the number of policies on our slate, I want us to consider what might be a reasonable commitment to doing this work. We've tried it a couple of different ways in KSD. We've added additional work sessions on Wednesdays. We've done Saturday chunks of time. And the best productivity on a Saturday, which is good, in about, I think, a 4-hour session, we've gotten about 8 of them done. Meaning addressed, updated, and kind of a general consensus of the board to be able to take an action at a regular board meeting. And usually when we were doing the Wednesday sessions, we did the off Wednesdays and added work sessions, and they were 2 hours. And we would typically get 3 to 4 in. And that is with the pre-work done. meaning the technical updates have been done, and then the discussion is around the wording. And so given that that's kind of been our past history, and we have, okay, so you have a kind of baseline of what gets accomplished on a Saturday versus what gets accomplished on a Wednesday. This is a space for the board to confer and talk about what they would like to see or what they would like to commit to in terms of having those discussions.
Dr. Harmon, I'm going to just to let you know, and Director Bowen, I believe you had your light illuminated.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
I want to be your eyes for you. That's fine. Yes. So I wanted you to.
I don't know how that happened.
Okay. I just want to make sure if you had a statement, it looked like you were about to ask a question. No worries. Okay.
Nope, just listening.
Thank you.
Well, Dr. Herman, you and I, chatted yesterday, and thank you for that call. But it seems like there's so much coming at us on a regular weekly session for our work session that, and I know this is not going to be popular, and believe me, it's not exciting for me to have to rush to get everybody ready in this household before 9 o'clock on a Saturday. But I think we have a lot of sessions that we're going to have to cover on our regular work sessions with other stuff. And unfortunately, if we're going to get caught up on this policy work, we're probably going to have to add some Saturdays. I know that's not popular, but I just think that's going to be imperative for us to kind of do that on Saturdays. I don't know how others feel, because that's just my opinion as one person.
I'm personally happy. I mean, when I came on the board, I kind of expected every Wednesday. I leave every Wednesday open just in general, because that's the day we typically meet. So pretty much my Wednesdays are all blocked out anyway, Wednesday nights. And so I'm always free typically on a Wednesday night. And unless there's a school thing going on, and then I go to that. And Saturdays too, I would prefer like maybe one Saturday a month or one every other month if we were going to meet on Saturdays. But that's just how I kind of structure my life, is I keep all my Wednesdays open. And, if it's better to do a longer session on a Saturday, my personal preference would be no more than one a month or one every other month.
For me, Wednesdays or Saturdays work either. I'm pretty open.
Yeah, I agree that about the Wednesdays. We've typically have always held it open Wednesday evenings, starting at 5:30 though, not earlier. But I am open to Saturdays. I agree with Director Bettinger. I don't know if I'd want two or more Saturdays in a month. But I'm willing to do it if we can't find another time. I also talked about either a Tuesday or a Thursday evening, which I suspect that nobody's open to that. So I would prefer a weekday rather than a weekend. But
yeah, Tuesdays and Thursdays, if I typically for that, I need like 2 weeks notice because my kids have so much stuff going on. So I'm open to that. Yeah, now that you bring it up, Tuesdays or Thursdays, I'm open. I just need about 2 weeks notice. It's not easy for me to just on short notice.
Yeah, the same things for me. Since I've got smaller kids, I need to find someone to help me out with them in the evenings and try to juggle my work schedule. So the Wednesdays and Saturdays are best for me, but I would need prior notice, like Director Bettinger.
This is good for all of us to know, and President Hamada, when we have our conversations, that this is a constant kind of an anchor for us to pre-planning before all other conversations are finalized with board, and when I meet with Pam, and then soon with Karen when she returns, to make sure that we have this in mind, that at least 2 week notice that makes sense. We want to respect everyone's life, but also your schedules and how we can arrange that to the best of our ability. So this is good information for me to know as well.
So hearing what the board directors are interested in terms of days of the week, and thinking about our school calendar kind of in my head, what I would like to recommend for consideration by the board is possibly that we do not do a Saturday in the month of December or November. One of the reasons why I would suggest that is because there's only one board meeting then anyway. So then there becomes this weird lag in the relationship between the work session and then the regular meeting, so that there's policy adoption. And I don't want that gap to happen. So for example, suppose the Saturday that is available to meet in December falls after the regular meeting, and then there's this gap because of Christmas break, or vice versa. So I want to make sure that maybe that's not the best month to do a Saturday. And considering that we're living in September and we're currently doing a Saturday, and I know you all have talked about that you all have other topics as well that you need to meet on as a board and will need additional time, that we maybe consider either a Saturday in October, or we start our Saturday sessions in 2021 with January or maybe February, and maybe consider the Wednesdays or weekday schedule for this fall right now, because that may give us a little more flexibility.
Well, I have no problem with that. I would really like to hear from Vice President Daniels too.
And I was
Yeah,
not
no.
expecting today that we would have set hard dates, but I just wanted to kind of start get more information about the preferences and
Okay.
desires of the board, so that we could give notice or put some test dates out there.
Yeah, I know Vice President Daniels has talked about, keeping Wednesdays open, but not the other days. So I think, yes, I agree. President Hamada, it would be important to get her view. But
Yeah.
thank you for that clarification, Dr. Harmon. But
Yeah.
it's not set in stone, but
No.
we're just discussing.
Yeah. So so that would be important to know. I feel as well, just to make sure that the most people, board directors, available as possible. I know I don't think any board directors like to miss a meeting, because so much happens. So yeah, I agree, Dr. Harmon, about the Saturdays in November and December. And just those months are just busy for everyone anyway. I would agree personally, and again, I would want to hear from all 5 members of the board with a Saturday in October. But that said too, maybe we can get more Wednesdays on the calendar, even if it's just an hour or two, just to focus on one policy, that especially some of these that are completely missing.
Right. And I'm open on a Tuesday or Thursday as long as I have a 2 weeks notice, but I have a lot of, I'm on a state committee and a couple other committees that are a commitment on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So it could be interesting if I could make all those meetings, but that doesn't mean you can't go on without me.
Yeah.
So,
But one thing I do want to do, Jill, that I do want to start chipping away at these to get them done.
yes. And thank you for hearing. I will own the selfish plea to not take away our regular meeting work sessions, because I think that there are other topics that need to be discussed outside of policy, and so not making this an addition and not a subtraction of those work sessions. Okay. So I think that's good. On the one point of clarification in terms of time on these weekdays, is it possible? I heard Director Vengadaslam say that if we did a 5:30, could we do a 5:30 to 7:30 if we were doing an off weekday?
I meant to begin at 5:30.
Yes.
Doesn't matter. I mean, start as early as 5:30. Let me clarify.
Okay.
Not at 5, but 5:30.
Yes, 5:30. And possibly maybe at least a 2-hour work session on those off days. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So thank you. That is helpful. That's good information to have. I think that that's enough to get us started on some possibilities, or a poll of some either Wednesdays, at least initially Wednesdays, to start to look at to see what may work. So that's great. Yay.
Terrific.
So I'm going to go into the WASDA policy alerts. That's one of the sources that will keep us afloat once we start getting some things under our belt. They send these out. They try to send them out, I'd say, no less than every other month. There's usually a policy update alert. And so this may work a little weird because I know I'm sharing my screen. Technically, I'm sharing the PowerPoint. We'll see if you are able to see this at all. If not, I will reshare the appropriate document. Are you able to see policy alert on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. You should have access to this through your WASDA membership. They are hard and easy hard to miss sometimes, easy to overlook if there are other things coming at you. This was September's. So they typically take more of a magazine type feel. There's usually a cover and some student story, some other piece, and then it gets into the policies or other legal changes that have happened. In September, I think they were trying to do a kind of start of the year reminder and remind about some things related to possibly COVID or other start of the year updates. And they will always define for the district what is essential, what is encouraged, what is discretionary. And then they will also provide a version of the policy and procedure that they're recommending be changed in a clean version and with the track changes on so you can see what language specifically changed. And for September, there were two that were particularly relevant, both living in the 3000 series, which is relative for students. It was unexcused and excused absences, and then sexual harassment of students prohibited. And we're going to get into the excused and unexcused absences one later on today. There were a few encouraged policies. Again, because of the work that we need to do, I don't necessarily recommend that we address these right now. The encouraged and discretionary really are where you start to tip into more of the community and school district values. And when I spoke with President Hamada yesterday, I was surprised to see the infectious disease and infection control both listed as policy. If you were to delve into looking at what they are talking about, they're talking about requiring vaccinations for staff and for students, and that is a very hot button issue for certain communities. So it will be interesting to see, just anecdotally, which districts adopt those policies and which do not, and whether or not that is of interest to Kent School District. And then they usually give, when they update a policy or suggest an update, they usually give some rationale for why they're updating it and what has changed. Is it something in guidance from OSPI? Is it something that has changed in the law? And so it's never just, here's what you need to do and do it. There's always some explanation of why. And then in this one, they actually included a model resolution, and that's relevant really to COVID because a few districts, and Kent School District was one of them, that before there were model policies addressing certain issues that COVID posed a problem for, this resolution allowed for the suspension of those policies so that the district could continue to operate. So for example, before WASDA and OSPI provided relief and guidance around graduation requirements or seat time, this allowed the district to continue to operate until additional policies could be put into place. So they provided an updated resolution for school districts to consider and boards to consider that are a continuation of that particular resolution through December of the 2020-2021 school year, because it seems as if most districts will need that window to flow between remote learning and in-person learning. And then this is the first time I'd seen this at the beginning of a year for WASDA, but I appreciated it. They provided a section on policies required by federal law and annual notices of things. Now, the annual notices are not necessarily policy work, but they are sometimes an offshoot of policy. So there's certain forms and documents that have to be posted in buildings that staff need to be aware of or that parents need to be aware of. We send our annual notices book out to families every year as well. So it's related to that. And although they provided the links, the good thing about the PDF version of the policy alert is that they actually put all of the attachments to those links in there. And then they provide attachments at the bottom related to the actual policies that they're suggesting change. And so the Council of School Attorneys addressed policies that were required by federal law and how these are related. And so this was the section that I was talking about in terms of really looking through, and I know Director Bettinger, you've talked about this, of how do we connect law to our policies, and are we ensuring that things that are required are there?
Right.
And so it's really, this is one of those where I call it nerd fest, and that's not a diatribe to anyone, but like for all the nerds out there who want to know the deep meanings and understandings of why, all of that is provided here for you. So you get the statute, and now these are federal, so this is not
Right.
state law, but you get like the link to the statute, the regulation, what the requirements are more in a layman's term, and then samples of what policies could look like relative to that.
Right.
And some of them, like I said, are not necessarily top of the mind for people, but they're related to some federal law. Now we do have policy about age discrimination. We do have policy about asbestos. I am not going to pretend that they are current as of 2020, but this gives us an opportunity to look at that per the recommendations. Americans with Disabilities Act. A lot of these too are things that are they I will say bleed a little bit into also notice. So for example, we usually have postings around EEO and other requirements that are kind of offshoots of this. Children's Internet Protection Act, and this is something that I would say is very top of mind for parents and school districts right now, especially those engaged in remote learning and what that could look like. So this is a good opportunity for us to think about what we've kind of talked about more as digital citizenship, and how we can all be good stewards of our digital life. And then, of course, our financial management as related to Title I. And for all of our media specialists, librarians, and talking about, and relevant to our teachers as well, and our teaching and learning teams, our Copyright Act pieces, drug-free workplace, and so not every single one of these is policy driven. Some of them, you'll see a link to a poster or something that has to be posted legally in buildings, or employees have to be informed of. So the Fair Labor Standards Act is not necessarily policy driven, that we need to have a policy that is addressing that, but there are certain requirements under HR that staff are informed. So I thought that this was a really nice cross-reference document for school district to be able to go through and look at to say what's missing, what's not missing, how are we aligned? And so that's another example of how our policy work will be guided moving forward. Are there questions around this particular piece? And as you say, it was just a single link in the overall notice, but you see it's about 20 pages long of opportunity. And then, like I said, this section here is just the annual notices. So it gets into what has to be provided or informed. And I think we actually talked about this one. It switched at, I can't remember if it was regular meeting or work session, when we're talking about the school improvement plans and how there's certain things that families need to be informed of about how a school is doing and how students in general are doing. And some of that shifted when we moved away from No Child Left Behind into the Every Student Succeeds Act, because both of those fall under one, even though the name was different because each president puts their particular stamp on the name, the federal law that's related to that remains the same. So it's just updating some of those and talking about what needs to be shared and shown and how that relates to Title I funding. Always student privacy. So it's nice to have a good reminder about FERPA and what student data and information is protected. And then pupil rights, and then child nutrition program pieces. And as it's making its way across the nation now, the Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act, and what that means. And we know that we have additional layers of that for our state as well. So all of the alerts from WASDA are not necessarily this national, they don't usually have a national lens in this way. They typically are more state law focused. I mean, they do call out if a federal law has changed, but they're not usually this focused at the national level. So I thought this was a nice treat to be able to see what has changed and what needs to be updated as a nice cross-reference tool. So I'm going to stop sharing that piece and we're going to go back into the PowerPoint. And if you're not getting those, I can work with Ms. Hawley in the meantime to make sure that you are being forwarded those when they come out. It'll also give you kind of a precursor to what's likely to show up next on our slate of policy work. Because like I said, on top of the list that we set for ourselves, some law or something has changed that will require us to take a look at those and fit them somewhere into our cadence. All right. So now that we are kind of done with the overview, we've talked about where we've been, we've set a schedule, it's time to start getting into the work and the fun. So the board decided, I think maybe March or April, to divide up policies and start review. And two directors each took a set of 2 of the series and began their review process. And from that, what I did was I cross-referenced some of the ones that were on our missing list that were essential with some of the ones that had been reviewed by the board, and thought that they might be a good start for us to start dipping our toe back into that policy work. So on top of setting a schedule and being honest with ourselves about the work that we need to do and where we're going to start, we'd also get some policy work accomplished today. So we're going to cover election activities, which are will be important as we move forward with our fall. 6101, we had a 6101, which was around grant-funded activities, and it should be either renumbered or retired. And I put retired, and we'll talk about why in a little bit. And then we need to actually take a look at policy 6101 per WASDA, which is an essential policy, and then policy 6100, which is essential as well. And then 3122, excused and unexcused absences, because it is a COVID relevant one, but it's also essential. And then we can have a discussion about the resolution and where that should show up in terms of board schedule and where that should be on the board agenda. That work should happen. So that's what we're going to do. I am going to now come completely out of the PowerPoint, and we're going to focus on the actual policies themselves. I will open each one, and we will start from there. What you'll see is the track changes version of that policy. If board directors were working together and they made changes or made some changes themselves, you'll see those notes. When you see Pam's formatting changes, because we use track changes the minute we get it, you'll see that in there. It can be a bit distracting. Here, I know you can't see it yet.
Dr. Harmon?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Just for clarification, maybe you covered it, but I'm not really clear. Is it because lack of time that we selected some of these? Because I know with the 66,000 series that we made it a priority to talk about the Clark-Nuba ones, on purchasing and contracting, but I don't see those here. So was there a reason we picked 6101 first?
Because they were missing and they're essential per WASDA, and the ones that we've identified or that the board identified are important for KSD, but they're not necessarily legally essential in the same way, if that makes any sense. And so I'm not saying that we don't attend to those, it's just these are a gap right now for us that we probably should fill. And I thought that so for example, the Clark-Nuba ones are probably going to be a pretty meaty and weighty discussion.
Yeah.
And it was, so you I was trying to weigh are we going to spend time having a long conversation maybe about one policy or two,
Okay.
or are we going to try to get a handful done?
Okay. Okay,
And
sounds
so I
good.
wanted us to start off on a high note of kind of, so you all could kind of check a box and say that you've gotten quite a few of the essential, well, not quite a few, but if we get through these, then you will have done 4 of the 7 essential that are missing.
Okay. Okay, got it. Thank you.
So that was the why.
Okay.
Okay. I also was gonna, to kind of follow off of what Director Vengadaswalam said, because we had the 6,000 and the 4,000 series. There's also the 4312 that has come up so many times that we really focused on that one first to get that looked at, and we did research on it. And so again, I'll be completely blunt. I was a little shocked and surprised that it's not on here. You know, and again, those policies that Director Vengadaswalam brought up. So I'm willing to continue forward, but it's just, again, I feel like we take several steps forward and then steps back. I totally understand that we need to make sure that we have, and I agree fully that we need, if these are missing, they should be on there. But again, it's a little, we did a lot of work to get there. And so I guess it's a little discouraging today for me.
Nope, don't be discouraged, because at the pace that we're going, we still have 2 hours. So
Yeah.
in 2 hours time,
I
and
get to it.
these are fairly light policies. They're
Yep.
not super heavy. So at the pace that we're going, it's quite possible that we can get into a meatier one and still have the board can have a very robust discussion.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm jumping right in with 4400, and I always try to ease us into the work first. 4400 is around election activities. I want to make sure this is nice and large so you can see as much as possible. Just a little. Okay, so here you see, I'm showing it to you with the track changes on for now, which is a little bit difficult to follow. Most of the changes here that you see initially are formatting changes. I'm going to give you a simplified view of this. And then we can monitor in the review pane what's been changed. Okay. And so it's a very short policy. It just talks about the civic responsibility of voting and participating in elections, and the district's responsibility to focus on fact related to this and not take any particular sides on any ballot measure or any candidate's campaign. We as a public facility cannot be used as part of the campaign process for or against a ballot measure or a candidate's campaign. We can only present fact. And we have to, if we are going to advocate for a component of this, it talks about providing both views, or the views on both sides must be expressed. And so changes per WASDA are related to the RCW change. And so the RCW and exceptions changed. And so they updated the RCW exceptions and changed link so that it is current and appropriate.
Does it speak, I'm sorry, does it speak about endorsement and the titles we use when we endorse?
Yeah.
So it does talk about here that the board can consider adopting a resolution expressing the board's collective opinion on a ballot measure, state and local, district levy, bond measures, and the impact that it would have on the operation of schools. That resolution would need to be considered at a board meeting.
I meant as individuals, Dr.
Right.
Herman.
Right.
So it does not speak to, so this is about the responsibility of the board to act as a unified board, not about individual pieces of that.
Okay.
And it doesn't, and I guess even the reason why it's showing up where it is in the 4000 series, if it were speaking to individual board director actions, it would show up in the 1000 series.
Okay, got it.
So this is more about what is the board's official statement, or what are the district's official actions around either a candidate's campaign or a ballot measure. And so to that end, there's nothing speaking to what would prevent a board member or a staff member from doing that. And then you see here that there are cross references to that policy that would address some of that. So staff participation in political activities would address, for example, my actions and obligations and expectations around political activity as an employee of Kent School District. And then some of that may be addressed in the 1110 for board directors. And this policy is a great example of how policies may not have a stamp for the current school year on them, but also may be still current. So when you look here at the last update and changes per WASDA model policy guidelines, here was 2000 until the RCW links and all changed. So 2001, I apologize. So our review of this and update will bring it into current pieces, but there has not been a lot of change in this because there's not a lot of change in the state or federal law around how a school district as a public entity can campaign for or against a ballot measure. So I will take away the review pane again, and I will. This is what the policy would look like if it were adopted by the board and moved forward. And here are substantive changes. So, for example, they took out some of the, so you talk about real wordsmithing. They've taken out some of the more poetic language around civic virtue and talked about it being a responsibility. And there was an opportunity at one point, I suppose, for school districts to use public facilities for civic responsibility. And now they're saying that public facilities will not be used to assist in the candidate's campaign. It gives clear language around the board being able to adopt a resolution expressing board belief.
So Dr. Harmon, correct me if I'm wrong. If you wanted to have an informational, say we're back to normal, and you wanted to talk about a bond issue or something on the ballot with the school district, you could not do that and invite them into the boardroom for a conversation. You'd have to do that at a library or something, correct?
So it would be best if we did not do that in the boardroom, because if we are going to talk about that on school district property, we need to keep it focused on the facts only and how it would impact the district. So the statements of such need to be around the facts of what the bond measure will or will not do, or whatever the ballot measure is, will or will not do for the school district. Not ever encouraging community to vote for or against the particular ballot measure, but informing them about the impact on the school district. So it has to be completely fact-based.
So we say information, never advocacy, right? One way or the other. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
It has to always be fact-based. We can't get into advocating, like I said, for or against.
Yeah.
And that can be sometimes a slippery slope, because
Yeah.
if a community member chooses to express their advocacy one way or the other, then we bear the burden on our property to either try to stop that or so it's best that not happen on school grounds or school district property, but it's not forbidden that it happen. We bear the burden of keeping it informational.
So like when I've been invited into the boardroom as a civic leader or nonprofit or whatever, and we have discussed issues on the ballot and it was factual only, that's perfectly okay to continue that behavior, right? As long as it's facts only?
As long as it is fact.
Okay,
And I would encourage you to, if you are invited in your professional capacity as a board director, that you keep that to the statements of the board as a collective. So fact-based and the statements of the board as a collective. So for example, if the board has adopted a resolution expressing the board's collective opinion on a ballot measure and the impact that it would have on the operations of the school district, that you would speak to that and keep it fact-based, because that you're expressing the opinions of the collective board, not you as President Hamada as an individual.
so, and this is probably belaboring it too much, but if I have a personal opinion, can I even use my title as of being a board director?
So you're starting to get into territory for Mr. Leonard and Mr. Reynolds.
Okay.
I will not pretend
sorry.
to play a lawyer even in this session, but I would say personally, I would not have that conversation at the same time or at the same event.
Okay,
You know what I mean? If I were asked a question about a personal opinion versus the collective or professional capacity opinion, I would try not to engage in that just to remove anything, but I would definitely check with Mr. Leonard or Mr. Reynolds about the nuances of that.
okay. Thank you.
So it just clarifies about board collective.
Dr. Watts, he had.
I am.
Okay.
I was going to say, I was muted. I apologize. It does go back to Curtis Leonard's informational session early on in your tenure, which focused on the statement, it's hard for any of us to remove our professional hats when we're in public, and that includes the hat of school board director whenever you're making even I'll just say an innocent, seemingly innocent communication, advocating for yourself as an individual. It's hard to separate that from the work. That's just general rule. So,
I find that difficult.
it's hard. I'm not saying it's easy, right? That's right. Hard to separate ourselves from our work. I understand that, but it's to protect us really from any undue advocacy for or against.
I think I'll talk to Curtis about that a little
Absolutely.
more.
Yeah. That'd be good for us all to hear from. Thank you, Dr. Harmon.
So in the final version, what you would see, if brought to the board, would just read as such on the screen, and I'll give you a few minutes to kind of just look that over. And if someone will just say a word when you're done, and then I'll know that we can move on and start the discussion of what we'd like to do next with this policy.
I mean, I think Director Vengadhasalam and I already looked at this one. And I don't even think we had any suggested changes on this one.
Yeah.
No, I believe that you both said the policy looked good, but I wanted to give the other two directors a chance
Right,
to look.
absolutely.
Or for you all to reconsider, maybe because you're having a rereading moment and see something different. But yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah,
Yeah, I'm good.
yeah.
Okay.
But I do appreciate these rereading moments. And sometimes I'll look at them 3 times and then
Yeah.
read them one more time and then just go, oh, wait, this just hit me. So,
And I mean, acting through the months that I've been on the board, things become more questionable as these policies as I go through them. So working through it, you think, oh, what did that really mean, man? You know, so yeah, they're a work in progress continually.
So are we comfortable with putting this on the board agenda for the I believe the date is the 23rd board meeting for review and adoption, reading and adoption?
I am.
Yes.
Yep.
yeah.
I should ask it the other way. Do any board members oppose to it showing up on the on the agenda? Okay, so there will be minor changes. So for example, we don't typically put the WASDA reference to the policy alert in our policy, so that would be removed. And of course, we would add a date, and the date would be current for the most recent reading and adoption of that board meeting. So those would be the changes you would see, but other than that, there's not going to be a change to the content of the document. So one done, yay.
Progress. I do want to take just a moment, based on our schedule, not to belabor the momentum that we have right now, but because for human, social, emotional, and physical limitations that we may have, we've scheduled suggested breaks for this meeting, one from 10 a.m. to 10:15, and the second break from 11:45 a.m. to 12 noon. Just to survey the board, are you wanting to take a brief 15-minute break, come back, or continue?
Yeah.
Break is good?
Yep,
I would like to. I think we still have time to finish what's on
Absolutely.
the slate. I think Ann addressed one of the policies that the board has interest in. That is a bigger discussion.
I think that's
we're still
important. Absolutely. So that,
Dr.
go ahead.
Sorry, Dr. Harmon, will you please tell me or scroll back up again which policy number that was
4400.
that you just reviewed?
Yes, that we just reviewed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We're now taking our break from 10:01 to return back at 10:15 to continue our policy session.
And I just want to mention, I'm going to take little Sarah out, but sometimes little Sarah takes off in the woods. And just when I don't want that to happen, it happens. So continue. I'm here.
Understood. Thank you. We'll see you shortly.
Dr. Harmon, just to let you know, on the 4400, we did review the procedures on all of those too as well, Director Bellinger and I. And we really liked, that WASDA is going into those kinds of details on the procedures. So we did make note of that as well.
So I saw that comments were made there. The only one, our policy time is so precious that I don't want to spend it on procedure.
No, I understand.
When you all don't have to adopt that, but we do bring it to you. And so that's helpful for us to have as staff when we review the procedure to bring it along.
Yeah, I think it's helpful to see the procedures that WASDA recommends too. And on some of these, I looked at other districts too to see their.
It's been a while since we reviewed all of these.
Mm-hmm.
I could go back, remember.
I know, it was early June and we finished up at I think we started with the 4,400 or the 4,000s in early June, and then we finished up with the 6,000s in late June.
Yeah.
Okay, are we ready to start again? Okay, go ahead, Dr. Harmon.
I think we are ready. So I'm going to share my screen. We ended with 4,400, so we're going to jump right back in with the 6,000 series. We're going to go into 6,100. 6,100 was one of those missing essential policies per WASDA. Hopefully it shows up and you can see this. So you see revenues from local, state, and federal sources. And this policy really is part of that piece of differentiating local levy enrichment funds from general federal funds and general state funds. And having clearly defined rules and pieces to put those. So it talks about local revenue. Enrichment levies, it references the RCW. Other local revenue would be considered as grants or donations. And then it talks about what enrichment funding is in terms of program funding beyond basic education. And it references the RCW that attempts to define minimum instructional offerings, staffing ratios, and other pieces, and what the district can pay for with those local revenues. And so that is where this piece comes in. And so it is kind of clarifying, in the simplest example, is local levy dollars and what they can be spent for. And it talks about the state auditor's responsibility of looking at those local levy dollars as well. And it adds board authority and responsibility to hold a public hearing to review the findings of the state auditor's response within 30 days of receiving that report, which we typically have public hearings for our state auditors reports. And it talks about the revenue from state resources, and then revenues from the federal government, and specifically around Title I and federal compliance with the keeping of those. And we have staff that are dedicated to the financial tracking of our Title I dollars.
Who are those staff people, just for my reference?
So do not make me tell I would say I do not know right now. That doesn't mean that there's not a person. Ronna Pop was over Title I before, and she retired in the summer. And so there will be new staff handling Title I, but we have dedicated staff to cover Title I expenditures to make sure we're following the law around what Title I dollars can be used for to support learning.
Thank you.
And yes, that position is going to be filled. It's not going to be left vacant. So federal impact funds. And so it just talks about the district's obligations to keep those funds and keep track of how those funds are being spent, mostly shoring up the local levy revenue enrichment fund pieces. And although this is not it's new to Kent School Districts, it's not a new policy, and the updates in 2019 were all relevant to and exactly related to the enrichment funding language around levy and those updates. And so it's an essential policy for us. The reason why this one is first is because it's related to 6101, both of ours, the Kent version as well as the WASDA version. And so what I will do is, are there any board members who do not have their email up to be able to read it on their own? I'll give you a few minutes if you want to just take a second to read and let you read.
So this is one though that Director Vengadassalam and I looked at, and I don't think we had any suggestions on this one because there's so much law in it. I think when I saw this one the first time. So how long have we not had this policy? It looks like in 2017 is when it was created.
So it looks like their initial goes back before that. It looks like the initial, there's some version of it.
Oh,
up to 2006.
Yeah. That's so odd that we've never had this policy then.
So it goes back to 2006. And it doesn't mean that we don't have pieces of this. So for example, we have 6101, which talks about grant funded programs and some other pieces. And some of that is in here. And I think when we get to that one, you'll see that you and Director Vengadassalam and Director Bettinger recommended that we get rid of that policy because it's covered here in this policy. So I think what happens is as we go through this, Kent had created a lot of their own policies to cover some things that either maybe they weren't aware that WASDA had addressed, or they didn't believe WASDA was addressing. And now that we have evidence that they have, that's one of the reasons why I'm recommending that we retire our 6101 and use the appropriate policy that WASDA has now, because some of what we've talked about, as you all state, is covered here. So it gets really, really, it's easy, but it's complicated in terms of that. So that's why the theme was, we've created some policies that maybe we don't need anymore. And I think this 6101 will be an example of that. And this process will show kind of ourselves and the public how we can handle updating that and cleaning up our policy books. So I'll go back. I'm sorry, I'm jumping around because I want to get the exact date for you of the first implementation. So almost the first full page of this is a reference to RCW related to the ways in which funding can be spent for a school district. And like I said, a lot of that really is around clarifying the language of levy dollars, because as they change the amounts that districts could go out and ask their community for, there was also change in the law of what it could be used for. And so this kind of clarifies that, makes a legal reference, and then puts it in basic layman's terms of what that means.
This may be an unfair question, but when you're reporting this on a budget, do certain funds have certain codes on it so you can actually trace it to where it came from and what it's supposed to be used for, like 0777 is for Title I, just an example or something like that, so you can pick that out pretty carefully?
So we may have to have an optional work session or special meeting for board directors who want to go into the nerd fest of the budget control book and the actual budget line numbers. It can be pretty daunting. I remember the binder that I got when I first started working here, so I could understand all of the pieces of that. And the string, it's, I think, 15 digits. And each of those means certain things about the general program and everything that it spent. So yeah.
But you could, my general question is, you could trace that to Title I or feds or something through that coding?
Yes, levy and all of that. And under law, we have to have separate accounting for our levy dollars too.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure on that one. Okay.
And I think as you go down, it actually references a cross-reference policy of a system of fund accounts. And that's speaking to those numbers, those budget numbers. So there's the response to audit finding, or the audit process, not necessarily.
So that would be, so this is somewhat, so because this is a new policy. So as I read this, and just fresh in my mind is our calendar, So that would be if we typically meet with the state auditors in a non-COVID year by May 31st.
Typically.
So this would mean sometime in June, probably the last board meeting in June, we would have a specific public hearing on our agenda for the public, for comment.
For finding.
So right,
To
it's
review.
right, receiving the auditor's findings, and I'm assuming, so this is where I would have to get Curtis and Tim, because they use two words here that I don't know if they mean in general. So when they say auditor's findings, when you do an audit, a finding is typically an egregious act.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if they mean the technical audit definition of finding, or do they mean just in general a report?
Right. And
That's one that I would need some clarification on. And the second that I would need clarification on is they say public hearing. And public hearing typically has a very special meaning when you're talking about to the public. And then it references again findings. And so do they mean just general the report, or do they mean specifically if only if there are findings in the
Yeah.
report? And so
Yeah.
that's where I'm not sure. And I would want to follow up with them just so we're clear on the procedure of how we handle and schedule that meeting. Because you're right, Director Bettinger, that means do we need to have a second
right.
kind of public meeting that is around a hearing, or are they saying that we need to have within 30 days of receiving the auditor's report, we need to have a public meeting where that is discussed in the public and the public can make comment?
Right, because if that's the case, I would prefer to add language that's findings and exit items, because in full transparency, to our public regarding financial oversight, I would want to add findings. You could be very specific right here. You could say findings, management letters, or exit items.
I'm just making a note in the comments.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's nothing in the procedure that addresses that.
Yeah. I just noticed that for the first time, and I think it's front of mind because we had that meeting earlier this week about getting things on the calendar. And so whenever I see 30 days, whenever I see a number, it looks like it's something we need to schedule.
Because there are rules around public notice, around public hearing. So it's not just the 30 days, it's all of that formal advertisement of the notice as well.
Right.
So,
Absolutely.
Okay. So if we can
so given
even,
that, I think we need to, because of our calendar for how we get things on our agenda, and that being at least in draft set form by this coming Tuesday, I'm not sure that I will have the answers to that to have this on the agenda by Tuesday.
Okay.
So we'll see. It may or may not show up there, but if we get some clarification, is there any indication of what the board would actually like? Because I want to know what language you'd like to see or you'd like to include there once we have a clarification of this. So for example, suppose it comes back that they just mean in general, it's interpreted as the audit report. Do you want it, then do you want the discussion, and that's fine because it includes everything in the report?
Right.
Or suppose it comes back with just findings and you'd prefer that it say the general report. That's what I'd like.
Right. So. I have two options or two personal preferences. Again, full forward-facing transparency to the public. Yes, I would choose the general report, and or if that's too onerous, it would be if there are any findings, management letters, or exit items, just so the public was aware. Because even those exit items are, something to keep an eye on for the board. And so,
Other preferences or do other?
Director Vengadaslam, I thought you had a comment you were making before. Dr. Harmon.
no, I was just looking at the procedure, and it seems so odd that it only addresses Indian funds, and nothing regarding the bottom portion of that policy. So I wonder if we want to get into the details here, or do we want to put it in the procedures? You know, whatever you
Well,
find out.
It is clear, though, that it is of the interest of the board that there be at least a public review
Mhm,
of the report,
mhm.
and not necessarily focusing on a particular type of funding like the Indian funding piece is referenced. So we can adapt our policy to include, when we bring it to you, the general reporting and sharing process. But it seems like it's of the interest of the board to have a general review of the report in public, not just the findings. Is that?
Well, okay, the review though, I'm really confused. I mean, with the auditors are there and we're discussing it, right?
Yeah, like-
But you mean as a board discussion, or not really clear?
Yeah.
Well,
What is meant by, oh, review after they're gone, you'd like another review, you're saying?
Yeah, it's within 30 days. So I feel like we have that meeting that's open to the public and they can observe that. But again, a lot of people I don't think necessarily watch those meetings. So I see the value in this within 30 days to just kind of distill it down to the public for a public hearing, which is, so I guess maybe after this discussion going back, we have that meeting and then 30 days after to, pull out, like I said, any findings, management letters, or exit items to have the public, address in public comment, have a public hearing like we have for purchases of property or, the levy and things like that. And the budget, we have public hearing for the budget. So this, to me, kind of follows along those lines.
Okay.
So when you're saying that, Michelle, if they didn't take the time to listen to the entire presentation, can you help me to understand going through the findings or letters or whatever, what would you hope to achieve in that?
Transparency, oversight, it's another chance to look at it again, to acknowledge that, those exit items are being addressed. It's another chance for the public to see that anything that was noticed by the state auditors pulled out specifically.
And then if you're including the public, are you saying there's public comment during that period too?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what happened. I never think it's a bad idea when WASA recommends something that the public be involved, that we adhere to that. I just, again, full transparency for all constituents and every opportunity when a recommendation is made to have input from our constituents is a good idea, I believe.
Okay. And are you saying if there's no findings in particular letters or of recommendation, that there would not be a public hearing then again after that?
In my recommendation, yes,
Okay.
because, if it's just across the board, but this last state auditor report did have some exit items that need to be addressed. And they're going to be reviewing that next year to make sure that they were addressed, just like the previous year had that. And so, again, in full transparency and making sure we're doing everything as much as possible in the public eye, I see it as a benefit.
One thing, okay, I don't want to belabor, but one thing I think is important is that if there are items that the district needs to address, I don't think it'll all happen within 30 days. It could.
Right. No.
So I wonder, is there a benefit to, I see the 30 days, but again, we need to get the verbiage. I mean, we need to get an understanding of what that means, the findings. I'm talking about, if there are exit items.
Mhm.
I wonder if that is something that will get resolved within 30 days. So my question would be, what is the public going to say? Are you going to do this work, or how are you doing it? I mean, I guess that's a discussion we could have as a board. So yeah, I'm a little bit,
To me, I see the 30 days as a time
unclear.
frame for whoever, like when we had the Clark Newber audit, they talked about, having policies or things that, if it impacts a specific staff member or group of employees, to me, that 30 days gives that whoever that impacts the opportunity to say, here's the exit item and here's our plan to address that before it's not, certainly not, I wouldn't expect anything to be, always turned around in 30 days unless it was an emergency situation. But to me, that 30 days is just a time frame for whoever's job that impacts to look at it and say, here's my plan to address this, so that on the next audit in a year, it's been addressed and it's been fixed, is
Okay.
what I envision that being. And so that again could be part of the procedure, but that's what I look at the 30 days for, is, that reflection time for whoever is on the staff that impacts, to just go, oh, okay, now that we know this, here's our plan going forward. I mean, that's in all the audit work I've done, that's pretty common. When you get something like that, that's your next step, is you look at it and you set up a plan so that the next time you're audited, it doesn't come up.
And during that, not to belabor this anymore, but this seems to be kind of important to talk about. So when you're having this review, are they going to have a clear enough picture of any of these things that were a result of the audit, if they didn't actually look at the whole full audit, would be my question.
I think that it also gives the opportunity, we record our meetings, would give the opportunity for someone to go back and review that section of the meeting as well. Again, in oversight and planning, there's steps and procedures, and it's in here for a purpose or a reason. And it could be something that, we could check with WASDA, but to me, it seems, again, maybe because I've done a lot of audit work, it seems pretty reasonable. It's 30 days, and then you present it to the public, and it's like, this is what we're going to do with this exit item or this finding or this management letter. It just seems, and so that's just, to me, it's no different than a budget presentation. It's like, in the audit, these things came up as findings, we reviewed it, and this is our plan going forward, so the public can see the transparency and track it.
The question, I don't think, is so much the review of it. For me, I think it's the public hearing, because that is something, as President Hamada said, people would view that if there were issues. Yes, they can always make a public comment. So, but anyway, I understand what you want is the discussion of what we're doing and how we're proceeding. More importantly, so I agree with that. Just not
And then
very clear about the public hearing.
In the process of going forward with that in the plan, then would you not have to have follow-up to see how the plan is working?
Well, we have public hearing. The public hearings I've noticed on the board is about sale of property, the budget for the year. Help me out if there's other things that are public. There's public hearing for. When we had the levy resolution.
Absolutely.
So
Volunteers.
yeah, it's just, I again, it's in here for a reason. The words public hearing, WASDA, it's in here for a reason. So it's just an agenda item. You make a notice and it's an agenda item. And so I think it gives more gravity to the situation, perhaps, and it's part of our budget process. I think it's a pretty important part of our budget process. We as important as, creating the budget.
Right. I'm just trying to get a whole total picture there.
Yeah, no, I think this is a good conversation, and this is why we're here on Saturday to do the work, is have these conversations.
And then I don't know if this would work, but President Hamada was asking about like, how do we do updates? I mean, would it be possible to put an informational section in the board meetings just to give a small report of like, this is what's been done, this is what we're going to do next, as every so often, just so they keep us updated on what is going on and have that transparency.
Yeah, I mean, there's the more transparency, the better. To me, with the state audit report, it's typically something, and again, having done a lot of audit work, a lot of it is, then you wait till the next audit period to address it, as to like publicly. So like when I worked on audit work, I did a lot of things behind the scenes. Then if something was a finding, I'd have a plan and I'd enact the plan. And then when the next audit period came up, it's like, then you would review again how it had worked. So I never oppose more information to the public. It would just, to me, it would simply be a staff procedural and time situation, because typically with audits, it's just, the next time I would personally expect to review it would be at the next audit meeting, which is every year, so to me, the sequence of events from this seems logical, that 30 days out, it gives the staff 30 days to set up their plan, and then, make it clear that at the next audit, that's when it will be presented again, how it went. So to me, that's how it would go. But again, I will never oppose any transparency. But again, then I think of the staffing requirements of that. And sometimes some of these things are, whenever I've done audit work, it's just an annual thing that you work on and you just make a few tweaks and then everything works smoothly. But, more information to the public is never a bad idea to me.
Yeah, I do think we do need to understand that what is meant by that, the auditor's findings in the public hearing. And I don't know, I feel like there's some additional steps that the district has to take, right, for a public hearing versus a public comment. And you have to advertise that, I believe, right?
Yeah.
And so if there are findings, I definitely see that's an issue. And I do think we need to educate, if that is the case, we need to educate the public on what that means in auditing terms, what a finding means, to have versus just general information that the auditors have given.
Right.
So, because there's work involved in that.
Right. And to me, I would add, like I said, I would advocate for adding exit items, because sometimes those exit items, if they're not addressed, turn into findings or management letters.
Okay. So I think based on the discussion, what I hear is that I think I'm going to put this on the board agenda for the 23rd, but not necessarily for discussion and approval. Maybe it'll be an opportunity to discuss what we've learned about the definitions, and then based on that learning, what the board would like to do moving forward and what the language might be.
Sounds
Is that
great.
fair? Okay.
That sounds fair.
All righty. So I'm making sure I'm saving this. I don't want any issues with the comments and all that are there to not exist. All right, and we are going to move on to 6101. Now this is 6101, the KSD version, and there's notes here. This one you can see the comments from Director Vangadaslam and Director Bettinger that this was replaced with 6100. The language is there, and their recommendation was to delete our 6101 because this policy first initiated in 1994. So there we are, President Hamada, mid-90s for the creation of a Kent policy. Probably because there wasn't one at the time addressing those pieces. And so if there's not much to review or change. The recommendation is to drop it. But if we were to keep this, we would have to change the reference from No Child Left Behind. That is an act that does not exist anymore. The new name is Every Student Succeeds Act. So we would need to update it accordingly.
And I'm still seeing that we're in 61.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that sorry. Thank you for that. In my world, I am very much looking at the next policy. It's closed, and you all are looking at each other, and I have
Moving
no
ahead.
awareness. I am sorry.
Oh, no.
Here we are. Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you, thank you.
I found out that in being in third grade, when I attended third grade, the teacher assigned a student to say, okay, if I'm talking about something you don't see, tell me. So just one kid, so it wouldn't be all the kids in class. So if you don't see something I don't see, please tell me. Or if I, things like that. So
Thank you. I am not offended at all because I had no idea. I'm like, just go and I'm like, see, you can see this and you can there. So I'll start again. I apologize.
yeah,
You
no.
can see that this is R6101.
Mhm.
And there's the comments from Directors Vangadaslam and Bettinger
Yeah,
about how this is referenced and cleaned up in the 6100 that we just reviewed.
yeah.
Their recommendation was to delete our policy. And what I was saying
Mhm.
per President Hamada's previous question, Kent wrote this policy in 1994. So that they realized that there needed to be something around this particular work. This is what existed at the time. And I said, although the recommendation is to delete, would not oppose. If we do decide to keep this, we would need to renumber it, and we would need to make this change here because the reference to No Child Left Behind does not exist anymore. It's Every Student Succeeds Act. So, but all of this language does appear in 6100. We just talked about ESSA and the title funds and all of that that's here. Because actually Title I are federal grant dollars.
I would just retire.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. It makes no sense to have it in there twice.
Simplify.
When you retire it, you just put it on there, retired. We don't have to do some formal stuff with it.
So the formal action is that it is reviewed, and in the operational manual, it is listed as retired.
Okay, just procedures. Thank you.
Yeah, and there is a policy. I think we have a policy about retiring and removing policies. So it's, as I understand it, we have to take a vote.
Oh. Okay, so that would be on our 23rd too then?
Yes.
Okay.
All of these are related to, that's why I was like, I kind of had to do them together. These three belonged as a package deal.
Mhm.
Because if you, for example, were not interested in the 6100, then we would need to keep 6101, and then we need to do something different with WASDA 6101 and all of that.
Right.
Okay, so note made, moving on. I will stop sharing that, and I will start sharing the next policy, which is WASDA 6101.
What is it, Dr. Harmon?
It's 6101. It is WASDA's. It has the same number, but this time it deals with federal cash and financial management.
Oh,
And this, I think, starts to speak to a little more of what President Hamada was asking about the accounting manual, the codes and numbers that we keep, and the internal control process of keeping record of those monies. So this was new. Both Director Bettinger and Vangadaslam did look at this policy, but there were no notes in the track changes of this at all.
No.
And so I'll give you a few minutes to take a look, and I'll just scroll down in a minute to continue. You have a minute to read and review.
I think we were good with that.
Yeah, a lot
I
of
didn't
these.
have any notes.
Yeah, I think personally for me, and a lot of these WASDA policies with the cash management and things like that seemed pretty logical, reasonable, understandable,
Yeah.
and if we didn't have it, and this is an essential policy, yes, that we
Yeah.
didn't have. So, yeah, so it's,
This was one of the
Yeah.
two of the financial in the 6000 series that were missing for Kent School District.
yeah, the
Like I said, I thought this was a good
6,
opportunity for us to make some progress and kind of fill that gap today
right. Yeah.
pretty quickly.
So reading down on paragraph, I think it's 1, 2, 3. I don't know, I can't see the top, but in order for the district to comply with federal regulations, ooh, you moved it, for
Sorry.
grant recipients, the superintendent will implement written procedures. And so that's something we haven't done before, and that would be something new. Enlighten me, I don't know.
So there are suggested procedures for this, and I think it will come from some of our cross-reference procedures for our system of fund accounts, because we do have a system and a written system for how we have to catalog our accounts and code the dollars that are spent. We actually do have procedures and protocols for cash management as well that already exist, and some of those guidelines are also pushed down from OSPI. So there would need to be procedures, but it doesn't mean that we don't have a procedure and rules around how we handle cash. Just because its policy has not existed and been adopted formally, we do have procedures for cash management and how we track our spending of dollars, federal grant and otherwise.
So that's already in place, that paragraph you're saying,
Yes.
and so that wouldn't be not an extra amount of work. Okay, I get
No,
it.
we just need to formalize it and attach it to a procedure numbered 6101.
Okay. And since you said that the procedure is already there, that would that procedure be presented? Because again, policies, the board approves policies, the procedures we just look at, and then if we, have any big concerns, then we can raise them. So would you be just putting the procedure for this as informational at the same time on the same agenda?
So proceed, right. So these would show up on discussion and approval, and the accompanying procedure would show up on informational.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
And WASDA has done a nice job of providing model procedure as well.
Yeah.
And so the adaptation for us would just be, oh, well, we don't have a position named that. Our position or person that does that work in the district is called this. So we might put in those kinds of things or shifts. So, okay.
And so you retire 6101, and then you replace it with the
WASDA.
Yes.
WASDA, but you retire it and then you can adopt, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to have that
Change
clear
that
in my head.
title. Yeah.
Okay. So do I hear we're going to do that on the 23rd too?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So on the 23rd, we'll be clear that we're retiring 6101
Yeah.
grant funded programs, and we would say the name, just to be clear.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then we'll be sure that they're in the correct order. So we'll do them in the order that
That's what
one
I'm
is
saying.
retired
Yeah.
first before the other is adopted.
Right.
Yes.
And
That's
they'll be
why-
attached to the agenda too, so people can read them.
I wonder if a short explanation of that to people who don't, I don't know. I'm just trying to educate our public, that's all. Maybe they don't even care.
Well, for every agenda item, there's a narrative. And so part
Yeah.
of the narrative for this agenda item can talk a little bit about
Yeah.
why that particular policy is being retired
Right.
and what is going to, and the next one that comes can reference why it is replacing the previous agenda item. So we can talk about that in the narrative.
I think that would be great. Yeah, absolutely.
Just to kind of go back to go back to kind of the beginning of our conversation today is like, it warms my little heart that we are going to have some of these on the agenda so we can get our policy work updated. And so then thinking about that and thinking again, because the calendar's fresh in my mind, I would advocate for, the second board meeting of each month when we have 2 board meetings in a month. And obviously it would be a good personal goal. And maybe we could put it on, we have a discussion next week about our board goals, is that, in the second board meeting of each month that we have at least one policy that we, can review so we can just keep motoring on with this work.
So if that is a board interest and commitment, and we were to do that on the second Wednesday of the month, the fourth Wednesday of the month, the second Wednesday board meeting of the month, that would mean that we would need to have a policy work session probably almost the first Wednesday of every month.
Right.
Because in order for the time to
Right.
get it on the, like if you do
Yeah.
the cadence of when things are informed.
Yeah.
So that would mean that that's something to consider for the board.
Right.
If that's the case, then we
Mhm.
could have a standing
Mhm.
first Wednesday of the month policy work session, if that's a cadence. So that's something
Yeah.
to add to the conversation or the dates that we pick
Right.
for
Yeah.
tentative
Yeah.
policy review.
And I'm not queen of the world. I have 4 other board colleagues, so I want everyone to have a discussion, but it just kind of
Yes.
hit my head that could, because when I was at WASTA conference and I went to a policy session, one district said, and again, we have a lot of just KSD policies, which I knew, but I didn't, when you see the numbers together, you go, wow, there's a lot. But they said that they update at least 3 or 4 policies every single board meeting, and that's how they keep up to date on everything. And so again, just throwing it out there. I'm not asking for any answer or anything like that, but Dr. Harmon, certainly the cadence of the work, but just to put it out there to think about, just having it as just a standing thing potentially, if the majority of the board thought that would be valuable. Just so again, because that's been one of our big things is, policies falling behind and even, like removing a policy, some of them that might be also a cadence of just, even if we can look at one and say, okay, this is no longer valuable because it's covered in other areas. But again, that is also, I fully understand it's a staffing issue as well, but I just wanted to throw it out there as a consideration and,
Yeah, I know last year, was it last year? It's been a while, but when we discussed the policies, we reserved every Wednesday for a board meeting, whether if it's regular board meeting or work session to discuss policies. So it was built into our calendar. Every other Wednesday would be for policies. So just to get caught up, if we want to do that, I'm good with that.
I am too. Yep.
Seems like a good plan for us to be on a steady upward trajectory.
Yeah. It's just something to consider while we talk about any, our next for forward thinking to next week, and just to get into that cadence. So.
Very good. Dr. Harmon?
You're
You're-
muted,
you-
Dr.
I was
Harmon.
doing a calendar check, so that would mean
Yeah.
that we're tentatively proposing
Uh-huh.
that our next policy work session would be October 7th, which
Yes.
would be the first Wednesday of October.
Yeah.
Would be the kind of next, I guess, calendar poll
Yeah.
date.
I like
And I would want to hear from Vice
Uh-oh.
President Daniels too, and
Absolutely.
Great, you
so
guys are
that's,
freezing up on me. Hopefully,
and you're
Yeah.
freezing on
You're
us.
freezing. Yeah,
can you hear me?
there you are.
No.
Now, yeah, we could hear you the entire time. Your screen was frozen though. That's
Yeah.
all. You're good. But I do think that's an important aspect, what we're talking about now, because we do need to consider what topics that we've considered for work sessions may need to be reprioritized, because obviously this is a heightened priority for us. And we'll, as you mentioned, Director Bettinger, will hear from Vice President Daniels as well.
Yeah.
But I think we've noted that a number one priority.
Yeah.
Dr. Harmon, additional thoughts?
No. And like I said, as long as we're protecting our regular meeting work sessions, I think about the work of the district that
Yes.
also needs to happen. So
Yes.
we're good. All right. So I have good news. We have one other thing and one other policy in our folder to look at before we move on to the time to add some of those that were of board interest and importance. So I just want to have a quick conversation about Resolution 1321, just because if we're going to consider putting that on our board agenda, we need to get that moving. So I'm going to share that document right now. Okay. I believe you can see the resolution. And this is similar to the resolution we adopted, I believe, in, I believe it was in April, our April board meeting was when we adopted our resolution for suspension of policies.
Yeah, I think it was
or
April
emergency
6th.
policies.
Yeah, I think we had a special meeting just for that on like the
Yep,
6th of April.
yeah. It was right. I think every district was, really deciding on those pieces and moving in
Yeah.
that direction once the governor moved. And so this is just an opportunity for the board to discuss interest in extending that resolution so that we can go ahead and get that completed so that it would be on the agenda as well. The date for ending this is really its reference is December 31st, 2020, which is what most of the OSPI, even some of the federal regulations around supports and waivers right now are ending December 31st of 2020, not through the entire school year.
Mhm.
It references picking up that gap from when the governor extended the state of emergency and waivers across the state when OSPI put in place the COVID plans. And so it references the school reopening plan that had to be submitted to the state and in response to COVID. So it's just kind of picking up that piece and continuing it through what I think we all are hoping, and WASDA is believing that will end somewhere around the end of this calendar year.
My only comment concern is one thing that I felt unclear about as we moved through the spring is when and if we did violate any of our policies in the interest of COVID. That wasn't clear to me. And so, and again, it's like, has WASDA given any recommendation on what policies they are referring to? Because it's such a blanket thing that it concerns me. I see, employee student safety requirements, but throughout the spring, I never quite understood when a policy, because we honestly, being frank, we violate a lot of our policies. I never quite had any insight into any specificity about when and if we violated a policy and if it was intentional because of COVID or if it was just an oversight, being blunt.
So I believe I can only think of one instance, and I can't off the top of my head recall what board meeting it was, but I know it because it happened in my community. So I think when we made the first hotspot purchase,
Okay.
we violated policy because the purchase was over $25,000, and we needed to get that approval from the board before making the purchase. And we did not, and we brought that to the board after we made the purchase, so admitting that we violated the policy.
Right.
But we did it because had we waited, we were afraid
Right.
that we wouldn't have been able to get our first supply. And so I can't say that that's the only time that happened, but I know that that's an instance of when it did happen and how we handled notifying the board that there was a violation. I can think of one other, only because it's related to an example that I pulled today where we have violated policy, but I don't think we necessarily brought it to the board in that way. I think there is formal policy in the 5000 series around telework,
Right.
which defines it ironically only for central admin employees and only during 3 or 4 defined times, like spring break, maybe summer, and I think midwinter break, something like that. Clearly, the entire district was teleworking in the spring and continues to do that this fall. And so technically, we are in violation of that policy as well. But those are examples of the types of things. And that's why one of the reasons why I picked that example of personnel leave as an opportunity to kind of address some of that as well.
Right.
But those are 2 examples where I think, and other districts probably had similar pieces or things like that. So that would be an example of what we do, and we'd have to decide as a district, do we want to do COVID, so a series of COVID specific policies, some of which WASDA was doing, and they helped districts clean up, after they put out this resolution, or do we want to, as part of our update process, put in certain parameters where I won't say that there are exceptions to the policy, but there's grace in the policy for what needs to happen if it is broken under certain circumstances.
Right. And we have a policy, and it's not coming to the top of my head, but we do have a policy about emergency situations, and it even addresses pandemics. So, it might even be a case of, if maybe not adopting this resolution, but adding language to that policy that allows for any, future something, where it's like that we understand that there might be a policy a policy that has to be violated due to pandemic or other emergencies. And in that case, it would be, notice to the board or something, or notice to the board and the public, something to that effect. And maybe it would just be more forward thinking, and less reactionary, and more, planning for, emergencies or contingencies and things like that.
Help me to understand, and this is more or less actual law on special education and disability. And we are presently, I'm seeing a communication from community members and parents where a lot of the in-person treatment that the kids that have special needs are not getting. Does that fall under any type of policy exception, because it's harder for us to take care of all these individual in-person sessions for therapy or stuff like that during COVID?
So we do not have the authority, nor does WASDA, to write any policy that would supersede federal or state law.
Right.
So if something is in law, we can't write a policy that would allow us to exempt ourselves from it. And that's just a general statement. That's not necessarily around
Right.
Inclusive education or ADA or any of that. If there is federal law saying that something needs to be done, or state law that says something needs to be done, we can't. Excuse me. We can't write policy excusing ourselves from doing that. So this does not. So this resolution does not excuse us from following law.
So how do we, maybe this is not the appropriate time for discussion on that, but I'm seeing parents say that their kids don't have these individual IEP plans that are falling through. How are we addressing that? Because the circumstances are harder to achieve that. Are we breaking the law on that?
So my answer is I don't know, and that's outside of my area of expertise and professional authority for Kent School District. So I'm not going to pretend that I can answer that or even make an attempt. But I can say that I will pass that along, that was a question that was raised, and we can.
Yeah,
I appreciate that. And President Hamada, as you know, each student situation is unique and driven by the IEP. The challenge for us now, as Director Bettinger mentioned, we have had several instances where, when we first closed our school facilities, where a pandemic policy did impact how we do business. We're in the process of monitoring how we can address some of those specific situations from a service model for our students. But yes, that is a matter that we take very seriously, and we're working to address those needs as we speak. I understand some of those situations specifically that have been brought to our attention.
Right.
Thank
you.
you.
And just because, I talked to a parent who called me a couple days ago, who, their student can't even log in, and now she got notification from the school that, she's violating, there's the truancy laws, right? And so this child hasn't been to school for 5 days, maybe more than 5 days. I said I would touch base with her again on Monday to see, but it's simply the login isn't working, and the child hasn't attended school for 5 days. The school was made aware, but then, she was very upset that she got that notice that she was, the Becca bill policies. And so again, those are things that I also have concerns, along with President Hamada, that we're starting to break some laws, and beyond violating policy, we're starting to break some laws. So I personally, when we go back to this resolution, I personally am not in favor of it unless there is some reporting mechanism or way on the agenda narrative to say if we are violating a policy or not, and also to loop in, what the laws are regarding that policy that we might be violating. Because again, I just want to make sure all our students are getting the education they need, and it just is not good that a child is not been able to wasn't able to participate in school for 5 days because they couldn't log into their computer.
Thank you, Director Bettinger, for sharing that. And in any situations like that, we would like to think that there's a reasonable manner in which we can resolve that. I'm sure there are garden variety situations that are unique. That is one that makes sense in how we can respond. I can't tell you exactly what took place, but based on what you shared, I think there's a reasonable solution to that. But I also want us to be reminded of just, and I think it is easy for us to kind of monitor and discuss, during this policy session, in the midst of when this is happening. This is such a unique time. And I can't stress that enough, not as an excuse, but as a reality. We have never done this work before. So we want to make sure, yes, that we're doing the right work. And then when we discover that we're not, how do we fix that? What we're hearing today, that's a priority. How do we communicate with our board from a policy, with our staff from a procedural and practice standpoint? This is certainly very clear for us today. Thank you, Dr. Harmon, for noting that in our policy notes.
I had a question too, kind of along the same lines that Director Bettinger was talking about, but it pertains to incoming K. I'm just wondering if there's some way that the district is following up with parents who have registered their children online. I have heard a few things about how parents have done that and then not heard anything from the school at all and have not been able to get a hold of anyone at their school. And so just wondering if there was a procedure in place to follow up with those families that have registered online or in person to make sure that they have everything they need to start the school year for their incoming K students.
Trying to unmute myself. So we're starting to veer away from policy, but to address that, so I will say that there are protocols for how the registration process, even in a remote setting, and we've been working with data processors on how that can happen and how we can try to get new registrants materials that they need to be actively engaged in their enrollment. I know that there are some challenges to that, but we are not in a position and not in a space where we're turning anyone away or making that difficult. I know that there is a person in every building that is able to receive communications and I believe phone calls from families. So I can find out more information. Again, some of that is outside of my area of expertise, but we can follow up to get some answers to that as well. But there's no formal written policy or procedure around that. There's protocols with that work group that does part.
Yeah, protocols, I should say.
Yes, there are protocols about how they do that. Even in our COVID setting, in our remote learning setting, there are protocols around how they can get support and register students.
Okay, because it was just concerned that there are some parents who have done that online and then have heard nothing, and we're a week into the school. Well, the kindergartner started on the 9th, but still, haven't heard anything. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah. And this having this conversation, obviously, again, that's when we look at this resolution on an intellectual level and an emotional level, I understand it, but on a practical level and how it's impacting our students, I worry that I worry that I have no insight as a board director on how we are handling some of these violations of policy and or how they impact law as well. And, my first concern is that our kids aren't getting, the education they deserve.
Yeah, can I say that, I don't know, maybe it's already happening, but if we do hear from the public about any particular situation, I'm hoping that everybody's communicating with district about those specific issues. Because I know I get several emails that I immediately forward and to Ms. Holly and to pass on to whoever is responsible. Because I do think it's only fair that we allow the district to address, any of these concerns. We don't necessarily have to give a name, but we can give the specifics of what we're hearing or seeing. There are, of course, people who write to us directly, but we do need to communicate that with staff because they're not always getting that email. Dr. Watts might be on that Kent board, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's seeing 300 emails every day. Right. So I would encourage, if something egregious is happening or even of great concern, that we make sure that we point that out so that it can be addressed.
Yeah, in this specific instance, the one I shared, I felt confident after the conversation that this parent is working with people in the district and there's enough people that are trying to help her. She just wanted to express,
Okay,
sure.
Yeah. So
in
my particular instance, I felt confident enough that the appropriate people were doing their best to help this parent. And I said I would just touch base on Monday just to double check.
Okay. Well, and then, sorry.
Dr. Bowen. No, please go ahead.
I was going to say is that, in with what I was talking about, I have not received communication for the board, but I think, as you all know, I work for KCHA, and part of my community outreach is to help parents register their incoming case. So that is where I am getting this information from. And because there is kind of a divide between my two roles, sometimes it can be difficult to say, okay, so what can I do in my role as a board member? What can I do in my role as an employee for this other thing? So that is where, my information on that is coming from. It is not coming from a board role, but from an employee role of a different entity. So I thought I should make that clear.
And Director Bowen, if that information comes to your attention, simply much like what Director Vengadaslam said and what Director Bettinger said as well, if there's information you believe is important for the district itself to know, you have right and responsibility. And I would say, obviously a pathway to share that with me, Karen, and or I will make sure it gets to the appropriate staff. Either I may directly communicate with the individual or the appropriate staff will do so to make sure that the loop is closed.
Okay, so can I ask then, I know this may not be the appropriate time for this, but if in my capacity as an employee with KCHA, I get that information, do I then forward it to myself as a board and then forward it on to you, or do I forward that on to you as employee of King County Housing?
So maybe I'm confused. Are you getting this information as a board member, or are you getting it as an employee? That's
as an employee is what I'm saying. And how would I mean, maybe that's a conversation for you and I to have another time.
I think we can talk about that. Absolutely. And I have some thoughts on that. I'm happy to talk.
That would be awesome. Thank you.
Well, and just chiming in, I think the Dr. Watts and Miss Holly, here's enough for me on everything. I just copy and send on.
Absolutely. And that's one perfect way. Absolutely. Yes.
So I appreciate that conversation because it gave me an opportunity to kind of check on some things really quickly. And we do, and kind of get us to consensus. That's facilitating this, trying to get us to where we want to go next. So we do have policy 3432, which speaks to emergencies and does address pandemic. The perspective, though, that it takes is more about immediate safety than it is about district operations. And so what I think I've heard in this conversation is that if the board is not going to move forward with adopting the resolution, then we need to shore up our policy 3432 to address kind of district operations in pandemic, because right now under current, even WASDA the model policy for 3432 talks about immediate action in emergency. So even in pandemic, it talks about like the immediate spread and the closure of school, meaning in that moment, that day, fire drills, earthquakes, sheltering in place, and having to harbor students in a building because something is unsafe. Not necessarily about the ongoing operation of the district. And I think that's what is the intent of what this resolution is trying to address, because rarely in does an emergency extend into 6 months.
Right.
And so I think that's going to be the consideration, or what we're going to have to wrestle with as we update our emergency policy. If we don't move forward this way.
And I wonder, because even
Point of clarification before we go on to 3432. I don't think we, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we have a consensus of what we're going to do with 1321 total. Right?
Agree.
Right.
So that doesn't mean we aren't going to address it. It just means we haven't come to it.
Right, and I'm not saying that we move into updating 3432 right now. What I'm saying is, if, as you all are trying to decide what to do with this resolution, just know that if the decision is to not adopt this resolution or not move it forward on the agenda, then we are going to have some significant work that we will need to do with 3432 in order to get district operations in an emergency up to date.
right.
But I need to understand personally how we proceed with 1321. Do we have further discussions? What are we going to do with that?
I don't think I've heard anything that comes to consensus from me. I don't think I've heard all the board directors weigh in either.
I mean, I've heard Director Bettinger say that she doesn't want to adopt. Am I correct, Director Bettinger?
Right now, I mean, I would not want to adopt without those kind of conditions, because like I said, the problem for me in the spring was just not exactly understanding when and where, we always understanding when and where we were violating our policies and for what reasons. And then to a deeper discussion, then, the 2000 and the 3000 series are the ones that WASDA hasn't even presented to us, correct?
Huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
And so, who knows, they might have already done some kind of model procedure or policy on that based on, I think there's two events that kind of drive some of this. Is like, we had that huge snow event in February of 2019, where we were out of school pretty much the month of February. And that nobody really, I think, expected in Western Washington. And then we have this pandemic that no one I know I personally, and I believe most people didn't ever expect to be dealing with. So on a longer term vision, it's like, which is a different conversation, is these quick fixes, these patches, like these resolutions seems like a patch to me, when maybe in a broader sense, just addressing any long-term closure of, a school or any situations that might come up. You can't address any specific situation, but with the wildfires, there's some districts that their schools have potentially burned down, and that's happened in California and things like that. So I understand the resolutions and being a patch, but I also think on a broader scale, and it's a conversation probably for another day, but when we think about policy addressing some of these potential long-term, kids are going to be out of school unless we do something.
Any other directors have an opinion they want to state today?
I do not.
So do I hear other directors thinking they want to go with this, or they just don't have an opinion, or they want to discuss it more? Or
I would like more information. Honestly, it does seem kind of like a blanket, and it would be good to know just, some more details on it, like Director Bettinger was talking about, because it could be problematic going forward if we really don't know what we're agreeing to.
So what I hear is that this may be something that sits possibly on our first policy work session, or either may become a longer thing, and I can work with Dr. Watts on how I communicate with you all on developing a full kind of informational packet around the intersection of this particular resolution and policy 3432 and some other things that might be options for us as a district.
I personally like that, Dr. Harmon.
Okay.
Any other opinions, discussions?
That would help me feel more comfortable with it.
So I'm excited because we have almost 20 whole minutes to address one of the policies of interest of the board. So we've gotten through all of those, and they will all show up on the agenda with the exception of 1321 in some form or fashion on this agenda coming up on the 23rd. And now we are going to talk about policy 6210. Okay. Can you all see that? Do you see?
Mhm.
Okay. 6210, again, reviewed by Directors Vengadaslam and Bettinger. And this was an update also done by WASDA. And it was, WASDA upgraded it to essential in 2018. So it was classified initially as encouraged. It is now an essential policy. And it was one that Clark Newber, that came up in the Clark Newber request. And I'm going to read to you, or I can actually, I'll show it for just quick clarity. And all right now. So this was the exit report from Clark Newber, and in their policy section, it references an observation around policy 6210, because that was a request of the board to look into those and get some clarification. And so these were Clark Newber's observations. And so the long and short of this is that the guidance is related to Federal Register and RCW, but according to Clark Newber, the language that's there in the policy can be somewhat confusing to staff as they're trying to implement what to do and how to follow this procurement purchase process. So based on that, they suggested or recommended that we have a clear distinction in our policy around what is capital outlay and what those clear thresholds are. And so they wanted clean lines between purchases of buildings, repairs, and improvements, which are public works, and then things that are supplies, equipment, and furniture in terms of those two capital outlay categories. So it's clear for staff when trying to know how to follow and implement this policy. So that was the Clark Newber connection to this policy. And then now I'm going to stop sharing the Clark Newber document and go back to the actual policy itself. And so there we are. Do you see 6210 now again?
Yes.
Okay. So 2018 was the last update of this policy, and I think Director Vengadaslam, you would have great memories of the time that we spent delving into 6210 and a couple of the other early 6000 series policies. So the initial language here is struck through by Kelsey Winters per WASDA, and there are significant changes to the language here. And so basically she's completely suggested that we rewrite pretty much the entire policy of 6210 per WASDA, Kelsey's. And then this is the new language here. And then here are Director Vengadaslam and Director Bettinger's comments to that.
I know when we talked about this, I certainly appreciated Director Vengadaslam's insight onto this.
We spent a
It's
lot
just-
of time
Yeah.
delving into
Yeah, yeah,
and so this is the new suggested language. And it does connect to other policies. So solving and updating this policy will then put us on a path to some other 6000 series policies that are related to this, that
right.
are both of interest to the board and recommendations per Clark Newber of cleaning that up.
And also, I think this policy, there's a KSD only policy that maybe I think Director Vengadaslam said could potentially be removed, that because this policy clarifies the KSD only policy.
Yeah,
and we would have to change that, requisition amount to 25K from 5K.
Yeah,
And so then we would stick strictly with the WASDA 2 policies. And that makes sense, the 6220 and the 6210.
and I think at the time that KSD only policy, I can own that it was my suggestion because it seemed at the time that there was a gap in the policies that existed and the board's expectations of staff behavior.
mhm,
So that was created to address that gap, and it's
yeah,
it may have served its time, and that's fine. Especially if it shows up now in other policy, that's perfect.
Well, I'm really appreciative that you agree with this, because I know you work so hard on that and you went around in circles, and
yeah,
I saw this and I said, well, it finally clicked to me that Clark Newber pointed out those
mhm,
nuances that I really couldn't articulate well.
mhm.
And that's, like I said, it has served its time, and that is fine, as long as we get to, like I said, clarity for staff so that they can actually implement and
Yes.
live what is expected.
Yeah.
I agree.
So I'll get, I'm sorry, Director Bowen and Director Hamada time to take a look and express any opinion about this.
I'm curious about where it starts. Exceeds 25,000, except that the superintendent will have the authority to make capital outlay purchases without advanced approval when it is necessary to protect the interest of the district or the health and safety of the staff or students. And so are we saying the hot spots that we purchased would have fallen into that category?
Possibly, that could be up for debate of whether or not someone would interpret it that way. A better example that I would use that was COVID relevant would be the purchase of protective equipment.
Yeah.
If we had the opportunity to make a large mask purchase, especially a few months ago when they were pretty scarce,
Right.
did we need to wait for the scheduling of a special meeting because it was summer and the board wasn't having regular meetings to approve this purchase, and then possibly risking that there aren't masks and things available? Or do we go ahead and make that purchase and then express to the board that this has happened and the reason why?
Yeah, and a
So-
good example also is 2015, we had a fire out in
Yes.
Kent Meridian.
Absolutely. I was gonna say that. That's it.
And there was no time to have a board meeting to approve purchase
Right.
of.
Right. And so it's funny because, now we're back to actually that other policy, the 3,000, because it's like in some instance, you could just add that language, except when necessary to protect the interests of the district or the health and safety of the students as outlined in policy 3. I have to look on my notes now, as outlined in policy 3432.
32.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, that could also be something that's just, again, so it's interesting now to see this, to really see that in the context of our earlier conversation, that it looks like WASDA is on some level having us be cognizant of emergencies, right?
Right.
So,
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. And what may not be stated is what I will promise and say, that this would not occur without communication, right? So this is
Right.
not a policy or a procedure that would occur, hey, we just decided what an emergency is. No, this is
Right.
about a life or limb, first do no harm.
mhm,
And that if in the instance, if we're not doing this, then lives could be harmed, or
right.
conditions would not support safe
Right.
and secure. Okay.
Well, it also speaks, Dr. Watts, to protect the interest, which hotspots, if we couldn't have secured them,
Absolutely.
Mhm,
I mean, that to me falls into that category too, which makes sense.
mhm.
So if we would have had this, we wouldn't have been against policies then, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Just-
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, yes.
That'd
And
be-
again, so
Okay.
when you look at that resolution, yeah, it is interesting. It looks like there is some,
Space already written in.
there's something being promoted already by WASTA. And for me, then based on this conversation, and I love how layers feed upon layers, and when we have conversations like this, but yeah, for me, I think I would just feel more comfortable with this policy if we added a cross-reference to policy 3432, or something like that, or if we, I don't know if it needs to be in the language up above, but if we just added a cross-reference to that policy for that particular line, if that makes sense. Although we probably have to look at and update that policy too, but yeah.
Dr. Herman, sorry, Director Bettinger, were you finished?
Yeah.
I wanted to clarify one thing. The information that was deleted up on top, that was done by me. So I
Okay,
added,
I'm sorry.
yeah,
Let me
no,
turn on
I
the poll and
added,
be
so
paying
we do,
Yeah.
you need to
Where-
review
Where
that
it says
section.
Kelsey. Okay.
Because I tried to, no, everything on top of purchasing authorization control, it was just old verbiage that was there.
Yeah.
And it was listing, all these details when we really need to make the definition, adjustment here on capital outlay. So I added everything under purchasing authorization and control. I think some of the verbiage I kept from the top, but then the capital outlay I defined, and I think I added a few words underneath it.
Yeah.
So if you could compare those, the verbiage that was there before to what it is now, I'd appreciate that, through legal
Okay.
lens.
I do think that the big thing that is helpful here, though, is going back to what Clark Nuber suggested, and there are categories that are very clear for people. So although this list here might have seemed helpful initially for staff, it's not exhaustive. So everything is not here. So then you run into the interpretation of, well, it's not on the list, but I don't know what should be, into kind of clean buckets of, building repairs, improvements, or supplies, equipment, and furniture. And those are pretty, so it becomes very, very clear that just about everything falls under the requirement that is initially stated in the first
So I took
paragraph.
that from Clark Nuber and I inserted that in there.
And then does the legal reference, and forgive me, I haven't looked at it in a while, but the legal reference, does it define capital outlay?
It does, but it's very general. And I think that was the initial struggle when we were having the conversation. It's more like the big bucket description, and we wanted at the time more specificity.
Right.
So that's the issue here. The legal reference, the CFR, is the federal reference.
Right.
And that one does define capital expenditures or capital assets. It doesn't say capital outlay. I think the outlay word is the one that is confusing everybody. That doesn't necessarily mean capitalized assets, so it can be capitalized or non-capitalized expenses. So we have to make that clear, is what Nuber was saying.
No, I
If it's
appreciate that.
public
We've had that.
works or if it supplies equipment and
Yes.
furniture.
I can see that. Yep.
We've had that challenge in definition of terms with bond conversations and technology, as a matter of fact. So
Technology is one big one.
Yes.
So I just made a note. So this may not, depending on the response that received from Mr. Leonard or Mr. Reynolds, it may show up on discussion and approval, or it may show up on informational as an update, so that we'll know how to move forward. Is that fair?
Yes.
Sounds good. Yep.
So we are pretty close to time. I don't think 4 minutes is enough time to actually start a policy and complete it, so I'm not going to do that to us. But congratulations, you've
Yes.
done the full agenda and added an additional policy to the list today. So I believe by count, the board will have addressed 7 policies.
Yeah, I don't know, Dr. Herman, if 4312 requires a whole lot of discussion. Does it, Director Bettinger? Because
No,
I think we only changed a few wordings there.
yeah.
Okay, so I do have it up. If you want to do that or extend into your break transition to discuss, that is for you all to decide and not for me. So I will share my screen, and it is here as well. So let me pull that up. Can you see the 4312?
You could see our notes there too.
Okay, and I'm going to try to expand. Actually, here, if I put the review pane up.
Just adding, and can be helpful to the district in the first sentence.
Yeah.
Legal to review. I don't think there were huge changes. as
No,
far
we
as I
just
remember.
we just added the last sentence, and then I did a lot of research looking on procedures of different districts, and so that's something else that, and again, the board doesn't handle the procedure, but many districts, if they use this similar language, and then the procedure also gives the final jurisdiction on any of them to the board.
Yeah, so we just broke that sentence
So what's
apart.
interesting is
One, yeah.
yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
Here it is. Okay, I was trying to
Yeah.
adding it can be helpful to the district in the first sentence. So the first sentence would then read, communication from the community regarding employees and or programs is encouraged by the board
Yeah, that's
and can be helpful to the district.
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think this is pretty, yeah. Some of it is standard WASTA language, and
Okay, so here it is with changes. I'm just going to show it without any changes. So it's a little cleaner to read. A little bit cleaner to read, so that's what it would look like. Any other discussion from other directors?
I'm wondering when it says unwarranted concerns raised by community members will be reviewed and as appropriate. So what would be considered appropriate in this case? Like any time someone is written a concern, or a community member or a principal, or I guess what is
I can, after looking at a bunch of different districts, I can kind of address this. It's a lot of districts address this in their procedure. So before you can even fill out a form, it kind of says, did you speak to this employee? Did you speak to this employee? And it gives you the opportunity to share, where, that they actually tried to resolve the situation before immediately directing it to the superintendent and board, that they actually tried to resolve it either with, if it was a teacher, with the teacher, or, with the principal and things like that. So some of that is addressed in the way other districts handle their procedure form. And it makes it clear that the procedure form makes it kind of explicit that they expect you've gone through other channels first
I'll-
before you file the 4312.
Okay.
But it's, I mean, and certainly that could be added to policy, because that's one of the things too, when you talk about policy work, is it's like anything that you want explicit in the procedure, you know, you can make it explicit in the policy as well. So,
So the one thing that I would suggest, after all of that hard work, so rather than reshaping or renaming, 4312 does not exist under WASDA model policy
right,
in number.
right.
It is policy number 4220.
Yes.
So what I would suggest, if in addition to the small changes that Directors Vengadaslam and Bettinger have made, is that we also renumber the policy so that it shows up. Same concept. So I just shared my screen so you could see the WASDA model policy list. Same concepts, not very different language at all, but so that it's aligned, so we won't run into trouble later with having to renumber it or.
Right. But we did, yeah.
So
but
I'm
there's,
sorry to throw this off, but we did do some big changes to the 4312P, the procedure, because it was not clear, I think, in the policy itself, that just what Director Bowen just asked, you know, some of those things, as well as the complaints against the superintendent and the resolution form. I think that was the suggestion that Director Benninger, you mentioned, by other districts, you know, how we handle that solution form and forward it to the board, and the board will review the complaints with the employee. A formal inquiry will be conducted by the board by interviewing the parties involved and make recommendations accordingly in an effort to solve the complaint. I think that was an addition that was not there before. And Kelsey Winters had changed some things there too.
yeah.
So that might be something to look at, because the form itself was changed by us. We put in, I think, the student's name if applicable, or then we put some other information down there on the form. So those were suggestions from us.
Yeah.
If we can take a look at that, yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that's related to the 43.
In the interest of time, maybe this is our first topic at our next meeting.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah.
No.
It's good.
Okay, so I'll just make a note in the version that's in the folder today of 4312 that we're going to follow up at
In October.
next board work session.
That would be a simple discussion.
Yeah.
It's good.
Okay.
Because I think Dr. Harmon has to go shortly too.
Oh,
Yes.
If not, a little person is going to be sitting on my laptop. You
I know.
promised that there'd be no more peoples.
Yes. He's getting so big.
Want to see Julian? Yeah.
Yeah, he's getting so big. Last meeting when he was sitting on your lap, he's like, oh my gosh, he's getting so big.
But congratulations. So quite a bit of work
Yes.
done today and a
Well
plan
done.
for the year. So that's good to do and time well spent. And so Dr.
Thank
Watts,
you.
that concludes
Yes,
the policy portion of this. And,
absolutely. Great work.
Have
Great
fun
work.
the rest of your afternoon.
Dr. Harmon,
Yeah.
can we catch up on what's actually going on the agenda? Like, I'll send to you what I took from this and we can go
Absolutely.
from there.
Can we can work to schedule something for Monday morning?
Great.
Is what we next
Okay.
steps, does that work?
Perfect. Yep.
Okay.
And
Thank you, Ms.
we'll-
Polly, for all
yes.
your work. Yes.
Thank you,
Thank
Pam.
you
We'll do the
very
same.
much.
Afternoon, guys.
Dr. Harmon, thank you so
Bye.
much.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you, Dr.
We'll be in
Harmon.
touch.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. And board and team know that that does still give you technically 9 minutes for a break. And I've already
Okay.
communicated with Chief Vela and Tim Kovich. They'll be ready for presentation at 12 noon.
Great. Thank you.
All right.
you.
Enjoy. We'll see you back. All right, President Hamada.
Give me just a minute. I think Melissa might still have her screen up.
Okay, no worries. Thank you.
I'm calling her now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
I do not. I'm not sharing.
Sorry, I'm not sure who it was, but we're good.
Okay.
All right, we're all back.
We are.
We are back in session. Going forward, we have completed 2.0, our board policy work session, and thanks to Dr. Harmon, we accomplished quite a bit today. So that makes me very happy. We are now on to 3.0, a discussion about the 3.01 school resource officers, SROs, in our school building, and Mr. Israel Bella will discuss the SROs in the building. Thank you for being here, Mr. Bella.
Thank you, members of the board, President Hamada, Ms. Howley, Dr. Watts. Thank you for the opportunity today on a, I was going to say bright Saturday afternoon, but it looks like a pretty foggy, ashy Saturday afternoon. So, but no, Mr. Kovich and I are happy to be with you today. If you give me just a moment, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen to kind of lay out our agenda for today with our time together. Can everyone see the screen?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
So what I wanted to start with is to, for the board's purpose, is to really understand where safety services sits right now. You see right underneath my name, you'll see Randy Heath, Executive Director, Student and Family Support, with Mr. Kovich, who is with us today. We moved safety services over into student and family support, which we'll talk a little bit about today when we share more about our SRO program. For today, I wanted to talk about what our outcomes will be. The first is really diving deeper into what the school resource officer program is in the Kent School District. Specifically under there, I will be sharing where we were in the past in terms of partnerships with our city municipalities. I'll also be sharing what contracts look like in the past in terms of fiscally. I know Dr. Watts shared some information, but I wanted to share a little bit more around what that looks like. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about where I left off in June. I mentioned to you, we look forward to coming back to the board once we see where we are with our start of school program, in particular, our remote learning, and then moving into hybrid and then all in. So I'll talk a little bit more about that as I talk about our SRO program. We'll move into specifics around what that looks like. Mr. Kovich will share House Bill 1216, the requirements that are under that, but more importantly, how are those aligned with what we've been doing in the Kent School District through our partnerships? What are the pieces that we look forward to continuing as we move ahead with our partnerships, which will look different given where we are during the pandemic and beyond. And we wanted to leave time, really the bulk of our time is to really just have that conversation and discussion. You may see some things you want to go deeper into that what you see today. And you also may have questions that are additional. Mr. Kovich and I will certainly be doing our best to try and help you with that. So that's what we laid out for you today. I'll go ahead and start with, first of all, I'm not sure if the board knows that in the Kent School District, I came into Kent in 1999, I believe. The department was called the Security Department. And we have intentionally over the years moved from security to what we have today, and that's safety services. And those were done particularly with the partnerships we've had with the City of Kent, City of Covington and King County as we've grown together over the last 3 decades, quite honestly. And the role of the SRO has changed over that time, really aligning itself with what we believe here in Kent in terms of our core values of equity, excellence, and community. I want to now really to kind of ground ourselves. If we were moving forward, we did not have a pandemic, and I would have come back to you, the board, with here's what our contracts look like. This is what it would look like fiscally, right? We have our 3 partners, first of which being the City of Kent, where we have 2 SROs, we would have. And you see the breakdown 60-40, both with City of Kent and Covington. You see King County and what we've done over the years in our partnership, really alongside with City of Covington and King County in helping support our schools. And the breakdown in dollars, recall in June, I was speaking to you, we were revising our contract because of services that weren't rendered when we closed on March 2nd through the end of actually quite honestly to the end of August, because our contract, which was a 3-year MOU, ended in August, as I mentioned. And we have been working together. I have been meeting with Chief Padilla, Chief McCurdy, and his staff in triangulating not only how things are going, but what can things look like in the future in terms of services. I shared with them that we are embarking upon a time we've never been in, as the board is well aware of. With that, our new challenges that we're going to be facing as a district as we move ahead and look at what do safety services need to look like as we move into those different phases that you're well aware of. And so I wanted just to start with this for our board's understanding of if we were moving forward with contracts, here would be the breakdown and where we are currently. We plan on, I think we have a couple more sessions with the chiefs and their staff as we continue to finalize and triangulate those services and coming back to you probably in October because we don't need services right now, as you know, during the remote learning. I will add that we have actually been receiving services by the City of Kent in particular. So I want to take a personal point of privilege and a shout out to the City of Kent and Chief Padilla for the support that they've lended us even without a contract. As you know, the board is well aware that we've been distributing a number of resources, in particular technology. And not just a couple of weeks ago, we had hundreds of cars out on 256 entering into President Amata. I know you know what I'm talking about. And, you know, Chief Padilla immediately responded and said, we will help you with traffic. We will help you with however we can. And we were really proud. And if it wasn't for our partnership, that would not have happened. City of Covington have also done the same, Chief McCurdy, in responding and helping support a lot of things that quite frankly happened in the summer related to safety. Mr. Kovich can share a little bit more about that. I wanted to ground ourselves in, so what have we looked like in the past in terms of contracts and dollars? Where are we today? There is no MOU in place. We are trying to put that together as we speak. And then as we move ahead, we look forward to coming to you, the board, and that's when I would like to bring Chief Padilla and McCurdy and any of his staff to talk a little bit more about what our plans are as we move ahead. I'd like to now turn it over to Mr. Kovich to talk a little bit more about, so what does the program look like? What's it look like in the past and part of that involvement through that partnership? So Tim?
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Hamada, members of the board, Dr. Watmansally. Thank you for letting me share this opportunity to explain more about the SRO program. Some of you have been around for a while and have seen some of the presentations that we give monthly in the past and now quarterly. A lot of what's been going on in safety services and the SROs program has been shared during that time. These are some key points that, as you can see, of just some of the things that they're involved in, everything from mentoring activities, club sports, being part of threat assessment teams, and all the way down into elementary level with social emotional work out in Covington. Our SRO, Karen Davey, out there is fantastic and gets involved at all levels, both, all the way through elementary, middle, and high school. She takes great pride in getting to know the kids, being part of those mentoring groups. And she's then expanded that into things such as the Police Explorers program and working with Chief McCurdy on his Badges and Barbells after school program. It's been great to work with the kids. Some really key points that some of the SROs are involved in is with all of the things happening with social media and all of our devices out there. They really help out with some of the investigations and the computer crimes that occur with that. And sometimes these branch into threats, and they're not always during school hours. So the team we have works sometimes through the night to try and make sure that the next part of the day is going to be safe learning environment for everybody else. And that has really evolved into even some of our technology and use that they can share communications with us. We try and put a protective bubble around the schools when things are happening out there in and around our cities. And because we have that partnership, we're able to know in advance as things are approaching the school, and then that drifts into our lockdowns and our other emergency preparedness pieces that they're involved in on a daily basis. So it's a really, there's so many things that they do, and the emphasis is really on that mentoring, getting to know all of the kids in various different ways, and it's just been great. So that's just a small list right there.
Officer Kovich, excuse me. Would you mind, as you go through this presentation, kind of making a distinction between what our safety officers do in our classrooms regularly and what our SROs that are paid by the cities and the sheriff's office? The distinction of what they do versus what our safety officers employed by the district does, which is, I can see a whole list of things that you do regular basis. How are you involving those 4 school resource officers who are with the cities and the county?
I'll go ahead and try and do that the best I can. So with our safety officers in the building, a breakdown with them, we have 18 safety officers who are working in the secondary schools. 2 of those are patrol officers that also assist and service the needs in and around some of the elementary schools when they call. So the safety officers are walking the halls daily in the buildings, meeting and greeting the kids as they arrive. They are there to direct resources from everything from counseling to other types of things that needs throughout the day. They are a school district employee, and they work as part of that administrative team, crisis teams and other things in the building daily. It's a ongoing get to know, and the officers are able to do their own mentoring programs inside those schools, the safety officers, something that they can take on that they have an interest in, and then work with the kids to do that. Now, the SROs, they are a commissioned law enforcement officer. They, as you see on the slide here, this is part of the Senate Bill 12 or 1216 that has just come out, that has put some of these definitions in and intent on how these school resource officers, the focus is for the school resource officers is to not engage the criminal justice system, to work with the schools when needed at a lower level, to use all of those resources that are available to them. The school resource officers are there to handle a lot of the outside influences that occur. And then when we have things like mandatory reporting where we have to involve law enforcement, either by RCW or some other, again, mandatory reporting pieces, they come in and try and work with the schools because that SRO knows the system and can really try and focus those things. But they are the ones doing the criminal investigations when we have to go down that road. In the Senate Bill 12, this is put together to put some definitions out there for the state of Washington and what an SRO does in the schools. And as the Senate bill was developed, they were really focused on some key points. Israel, can you go to the next slide?
Well, while we're changing slides, I have a question. So
Sure.
do we have SROs just at the high schools?
Oh, great question. So they are assigned in the city of Kent. In contracting, they're assigned to a high school and a middle school. We have two. And so the Kent Meridian SRO helps out at Mill Creek, but also at Phoenix Academy, currently up on the hill there on the east side. So they have the ability to respond to all the schools in the city of Kent and all the schools if there is an emergency, such as an active threat.
Right. And so then Kent, I'm assuming Kent Lake has a Covington officer or Kent Wood?
Kent Wood is Covington, and that officer responds to Kentwood, Matson, and Cedar Heights, but is also involved in programming at the elementary level in Covington. In unincorporated King County, which is Kent Lake, that's the separate contract, and the third one, and that has two elementaries involved in that contract.
So it's Kent Lake and it's the King County officers.
Correct.
And then Kent Ridge?
Kent Ridge is one of the two Kent SROs.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to add, if I may, Director Bettinger, is that although they're assigned in those areas, all officers respond to anything in our district. There have been times that response time, quite frankly, has been very low. It's really dependent on the call, and oftentimes Officer Davies will respond to Kent Ridge. Vice versa, sometimes response will happen at Kentwood from our SROs from the city of Kent, and so that's some of the beauty of the partnerships that we have.
So I think I'm trying to understand just a normal day. On a normal day, if I'm a student at any of our high schools, on a normal day, is there an SRO on site the whole school day?
No, they do drift between the schools or nearby if there's a situation in the community. So might see an officer doing traffic patrol in front of Kent Meridian High School, trying to help maintain the speeds for safety, things related to that. The officer may walk the halls from time to time to say hi. They touch base with our safety officers if there's any concerns that we have that we share with them. Not too much interaction in the buildings with some of our Kent officers in the sense of programming. They do a lot of peripheral pieces and allow our safety officers to be more of that frontline interaction with the students. Go ahead.
No, I just didn't understand. I mean, I see the safety officers and like my kids both went to Kent Ridge, so I've talked to them many times.
So all 4 high schools do have safety officers in addition to the SROs?
That is correct.
So they each have, like, I think Kent Ridge has 2.
Correct. So every high school has 2 safety officers, and then they have the contract with the SRO. So they receive a police officer that comes and goes between other schools.
Okay.
And correct me if I'm wrong, just by the nature of them being commissioned officers, they're carrying weapons, right?
That is correct.
Thank you. And the safety officers do not, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and continue.
Please.
So with the Senate Bill 12 and part of the program requirements, they really focused on some key points, and one of them was training. They mandated 12 topic areas. They also wanted a clear understanding and statement about what is going to be occurring in the interactions in the schools. What is their responsibilities? And this became part of having involved from the community to look at the way the contracts are written and to see what that SRO is going to be doing. And one of the acknowledgments that they made is that the role of a school resource officer is also a teacher, an informal counselor, and law enforcement officer. So they're looking at this well-rounded person to be involved in all aspects of the kids in the school. They wanted policies and procedures, and they also wanted some accountability when it comes to, they want to see, Senate Bill brought up that let's see what these officers are doing in their interactions. They want to see, similar to what our quarterly reports are with our safety services team, and presenting what do those contacts look like, breaking them down with different groups, and just what is the outcome. Now, some of that sharing is going to be difficult to do, because even though this is written up here in the Senate bill as this is how they will break it down, there's also some privacy issues that we're looking into and how that information can be shared. So that is going to be a key point. And then again, that process with the families, involving them with the school, so that everyone really knows what's going on.
So I have a question. Could you go back to that other slide, please? Where it talks about the school resource officer being a teacher, informal counselor, and of course, law enforcement officer. Since they're taking on other roles, you know, that traditionally you go to school for as a teacher or a specific counselor, are they getting extra training or any kind of extra supports for themselves since if they're going to be taking on those extra roles beyond their job purview?
Yes. So the some of the requirements in pieces of the training are very specific, and there's a school resource officer program that is it's a minimum of 40 hours, and it's a national program, and it looks at a wide range of being in and around students, working with. On the next slide, if you could, I'll jump to some of the pieces there, Israel. These are part of some of the topics here, and they're talking about child and adolescent development, trauma-informed approaches with youth. You can see these are some things that not every officer gets on the street. And so working in and around, and de-escalation techniques, understanding what it's like with the biases in policing and working with youth. It was well put together. I'm excited to see all of these 12 topics here, and these can be viewed directly on the OSPI website, and there are breakdowns with full trainings and classrooms and online, and it's pretty exciting to see this. And our officer, SRO Karen Davey, was part of this task forces team that worked with state to try and help develop this. So we're really happy that she's part of our group too, and she's really involved.
I wanted to add, Director Bone, to your question. In addition to that, I know when Chief Padilla first took over and I met with him in the transition, one of the things we talked about is I wanted to know how officers, like within the city of Kent, choose to become an SRO. You know, what's their process? And so, because I needed to know what kind of training, in addition to just taking the 40 hours they're getting, and we embarked upon, hey, we can't just simply wait to get an SRO assigned to us during our process. I want to know which ones are out there. Are we training? Are we looking at them doing ride-alongs, coming in and meeting with Mr. Kovich and Mr. Heath? And so I wanted to let you know that we've embarked upon that process as well. Secondly, we have an academy that Tim can talk more about every August. And in that academy, Mr. Heath goes through our MTSSB de-escalation and model and implementation that we're doing in the Kent School District. So the officers, the SROs, including the safety officers, are more aware of what's happening within the school building as they work with students that may have or need behavioral supports.
I'm just concerned, considering a lot of the civil unrest going around our country right now about police brutality and, racial bias and whatnot, that those things are addressed because, these kids are important. And, I've heard from families of color that, they, even though the officers may be in the schools, they don't feel safe with them. And, I want all the children to feel safe in the schools, not just the white children, because they know they're not going to get in trouble or be targeted.
Absolutely.
Sure.
I would agree with Director Bowman. That is a concern too. And I know this came up a long time ago. We got emails and I heard people discussing this. So that's one of my big concerns too, that kids feel safe and it's a conducive environment for learning. We want everyone to walk in our doors and feel safe and welcome.
Absolutely.
Excuse me, did you want to go ahead, Mr. Villa?
I was just going to say agreed. And we do get feedback from our principals and our staff who, because you've been well aware, as Dr. Watts keeps you posted on many of the emergency situations that happen at school. What you don't see is what's happening in the background and those who actually communicate with us and saying thank you for responding quickly. I can give you many cases, including cyber cases, where we've managed to get ahead of those situations where students were involved. And because of our partnership, we're able to tap deep into City of Kent's cyber patrol, if you will, to be able to help us as quickly as possible and then work with parents. So, but point taken. And also we have really good feedback from our community around, just particularly around incidents that occur, that things fortunately turned out for the better.
And I just want to add that this is one of the reasons I wanted to bring up this, but my interest in this is, and I've worked with the school resource officers and the safety officers through some of my boxing program and stuff, that they weren't assigned for that, but I've worked with the officers and Chief Padilla and Mr. Officer or Chief out here in Covington, Andy. And I think it's important for us, especially in times right now, that maybe we do some type of a formal presentation. I think this is good, but I wonder how many people are watching this to kind of explain what we're doing and have public comment. Because, I'm getting the emails, I'm sure all the directors are, we're seeing what's happening on TV, that I would like to get ahead of this, and instead of just saying, let's get rid of all our SROs or whatever, let's educate our public on what they're doing now and have been doing and get ahead of that. And that's the reason I wanted to bring this topic up today. Not only is it informing us, but it's also would be informing the public if they were watching, but I think perhaps maybe I'd like to see some kind of a town hall or something like that. And that was my reasoning for putting this on the agenda, because I know it's going to come up and it may have died down a little bit, but it's going to come back and I want to get ahead of it. So,
yeah. And when we talk about social emotional and our students, on this particular topic, I would more like to create a town hall where our students are participating and involved or some way, because a parent doesn't always, I think we're all parents here and our kids don't always tell us the things that are worrying them and how they feel in school. So, creating a safe space or a safe way to have our students share how they personally feel. Because like I said, they might not tell their parents, but if they're in a room of kids that have the opportunity to express how they're feeling, this directly impacts our students. And so to hear from our students is going to be something I will continue to advocate for, because that, us being adults in a room we have no concept of what it's like anymore to be in high school or middle school or grade school. And so, yeah, I'd like to hear from our students more than anyone on this.
Agreed. And I went back to this slide, the process for families, and I look at families as our students as well. And I look at our core values of community being every member of our community, and that's our business owners. That's you name it. It's all inclusive, including our school communities. And so I think we're in agreement there. And I think 1216 really is trying to do what you're saying, Director Bowen and Director Bettinger, is let's be transparent about what our community is feeling, hearing, seeing. At the same time, let's us as a school district be transparent about the great things that are happening and the benefits that are happening. And I think, as President Hamada mentioned, I do recall the boxing and how it took time to get that started, and how our law enforcement partners actually put a lot into that and really helped support from recruitment all the way to even supporting and mentoring our kids. So appreciate the comments. Mr. Kovich,
Yeah.
if you want to finish up the 12 points, and then we'll move right into further discussion and questions.
Thank you.
Sure. On just the next slide, it just encompasses some of the other pieces of de-escalation, local and national disparities with the use of force and arrests of children. An example of that piece there is there's a lot of discussion of that the SROs are taking people to jail, or they're handcuffing and transporting and that just isn't true with our SROs. An example is the year prior, as a statistic, one of the SROs, there was only one arrest made where that child was transported to juvenile, and that was because of a firearms incident, and it was a mandatory 72 hours and then the child was able to be given services and educational pieces. So it's not happening the way a lot of people may be saying, at least with the SRO programs. They're really there for the kids. And these are great topics here in this training piece. So I hope you have the chance to look a little bit deeper, get more questions about these. And as Israel Vela mentioned, is in the future, get our chiefs in here to answer some more direct questions and some other information that needs answered from you. So
I wanted to add as well, because I know I get these questions for the board's knowledge. And the questions are that, oftentimes they'll see vehicles in buildings, and, as you know, social media really goes rampant sometimes with information that's not factual. And the question I get, hey, there was an arrest made. Well, the reason, one benefit, huge benefit around our partnership is that our officers, SROs, do not enter our buildings. Obviously, if it's an emergency, they have a right to do that. They just go in and they do that. But if there is a situation, and there have been several, that we have a student or student that has, we know that either has a warrant or has been involved in a violent crime, we have to respond. And what our officers do is, we don't go in, as they communicate with Mr. Kovich and myself, we identify the school. We try to do it in a way that is respectful, that is going to actually not cause more alarm in a school, if possible. And we've had several of those cases. So I wanted the board to know, yes, there are, but we work very closely with our law enforcement partners to do it in a way we can, that is respectful, and that we don't cause any more harm or a scare in a building that we don't need to. So I wanted to point that out, because I know I get those questions. I want to move to the question part, and what I'm going to do, if you bear with me, I'm going to stop my sharing, and I could always bring it back if the board wishes to look at it at a certain slide. But I wanted just to summarize again that we want to just bring bits and pieces and be sure that you were aware we do not have a contract in place right now. We ended the 3-year MOU. I was clear in June mentioning, hey, we revised the contract because we ended up saving dollars because of services that weren't rendered. Now we're looking at coming back to you, and you're correct, President Hamada, our chiefs and their staff are looking forward to coming back and being in front of our community, being in front of our students, being in front of, just so that people know. And that's part of 1216 is the transparency piece, because there are great things that are happening that don't often get recognized. So with that, I'll say the rest of the time is really for the board to either dig deeper in something that you heard or any questions that you might have.
Well, I was just thinking, I'm sorry, did I just cut somebody off?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. You know, through this presentation is, you know, my personal emphasis would just be, you know, if this is something good for the community, I would think that considering what is going on in our country right now, we would focus on communities of color and find out how they feel about these things. I think that would be important because I know, like I said, students feeling comfortable in the schools. And I know that there's a lot more than that us white folks will understand as far as safety is concerned and things that we've never experienced or even thought of, you know. And I really think that centering on our families of color in this instance would be a really good thing. And the other thing I was going to ask is that, you know, I know you said the mandatory training is 40 hours. I mean, just to go the extra mile, it might behoove us to think about, you know, maybe even going above and beyond those 40 hours and doing some extra things on top of that, just to show good faith that, you know, our officers really do care about the students and they really are here to create change and transparency because, you know, I mean, there's nothing wrong with going above and beyond.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
thank you. Appreciate that, Director Bone. I wanted just specifically to share with the board that you're absolutely right. 130 different languages spoken in this district and growing. Our largest being Spanish-speaking families. And Director Vangadaslam remembers when undocumented families or students had that fear.
Yeah.
And we mobilized with the city of Kent, Chief Padilla, myself, Mr. Kovich, to go out and hold a forum, as President Hamada mentioned. It's powerful when you can actually speak their language and they can share what their actual fear is.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're right, that fear isn't held by those who are documented,
Right.
those who are undocumented. And we heard plenty on that day. And I'll have to tell you that our families were very appreciative of that. And I think that's just one example I wanted to share that we need to do more of.
Yeah, I want to add about students, what Director Bettinger said, and I think it's really important because also Vice President Daniels not here, but she has strong opinion about that as well, hearing from our students. And that is, you know, we tend to jump into conclusion about the work of our safety officers as well as our SROs. And one of the things President Hamada and I went to our legislative, I don't remember what it was, Day on the Hill, and visited our legislators with students. And one specific legislator asked about that question about what they thought about officers in the schools. And their response was, you know, very positive in that they clearly identified these officers as mentors and support systems. So I think it's really important to hear from our students because we can't just assume it's all going to be negative. You know, there are students who feel very strongly about the people who they see as role models and support systems. So it's not a gotcha thing, but I think it's important. You know, kids of color really need to be heard. And if there are ideas on what needs to be changed, you know, that would come straight from our students. And I don't think our families necessarily will be aware of everything that they face. in the schools. So I am advocating also for a town hall of sorts with our students in particular. And I will say personally, my concern has always been this instruction to carry firearms. I just, I know back in 2004 when we had the independent panel on, use of force, we talked, I think at that point there was only one officer that carried firearms, one supervisor, I believe, in the whole district, and now we have 4. So that concerns me, what is the reason for that? But it could be an issue of response time. And so I had asked a question about some statistics, share with us how have we used, firearms, and is that necessary? I guess if it's a commissioned officer, they have to carry it. But I think it's really problematic. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable with that in our schools. So I do want to say that, express that. It doesn't take away from the work that they do. But for me, it's a concern to have firearms in our schools. So.
Other
Well,
questions?
I have an ask that could we, I know there's tons of things that we've got going on in the beginning of the year here. And I'm not, not saying that all those things are not important, but I would like to see us actually put on something on the schedule coming up to do a forum like this, and starting with the kids and televising that in how our kids feel about it. I think that would be a great first step. And I'd like to perhaps see a commitment from our district on this.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, we intend to come back to you. We wanted to come back with some type of setting to bring in our officers and staff. But I think the other piece that I hear the board stating is that we want to hear from our students. There are a variety of ways that we can do that. I know that in our schools where we do have our safety officers, not our SROs, they often hear from students on how things are going, and they work in conjunction with our SROs. But I think there are a variety of ways we can do that, as well as including them in our, however we want to call, forum session. And the other piece I'll remind the board is we're also looking at filling the student position on our board. And I think that's another valuable way to be able to get that type of information. As you know, in the past, we've had great input from our students coming that way. And so I look forward to triangulating all of those methods of getting input from all of our community, including our students.
Well, I mean, I have a high school student right now, and I know the social emotional piece is included in the day. And this seems more, it impacts our middle school and high school students. And in high school, they have an advisory period. And I don't even know if it's something that you could even include in their advisory period to just ask them some questions and get some answers with trusted teachers that, they understand too, and just thinking outside the box a little. I certainly would not want to make, I am grateful for this information, but until I know how all our students feel, or any who feel comfortable expressing, and creating a safe space for them to feel comfortable expressing, I want us to maybe even think outside the box a little and how we can do it, reach them where they are. And they're in school, hopefully every day. And they have advisory periods in high school, and in middle school, there might be other ways.
Exploring ways to give them voice. I will say that one of the things, and just a shout out to our teachers and other staff that are out there every day. As I mentioned earlier in our presentation, there are a lot of incidents that you may not have heard of, that the post-traumatic part of those incidents are critical, and school buildings have to address those, and they do. Sometimes that's what our safety services officers do. They alleviate some of the anxiety that actually happens, and I've been a part of them myself. And so I think it's important to note it is happening, and those staff, especially our counselors, that really take that to heart after action reviews that we do when there are incidents that happen on our schools. But points taken, and all these are great ideas.
Yeah. You know, as I listen, and I appreciate, first of all, the focus on our students and families. That's where it begins. There are not products, they are our customers, our primary customers whom we serve. I remember hearing several years ago in Israel, and Tim, you may recall, in our conversations with City of Kent police officers and in the diversity forum. And what came out of that conversation with many of our communities of color, particularly our African-American community, American African communities, was one small and yet mighty recommendation. And it was this simple. And what I heard was that the most important factor that came out of that, what is it that you would like to see from our police officers, particularly if they're coming into your communities? And they said, simply put, we would just like to see them smile when they're approaching us. I mean, that was real. And so when we talk about social emotional learning and social emotional health and wellness, I'm curious, and Tim, and we've had many conversations, and I appreciate your work. And as you know, we've talked about this as a priority. I'd be curious to know what is it that, in general, our current safety service officers, as well as our SROs, what is their understanding of how they're perceived by students, staff, families in our Kent School District community? And if you've had that conversation, or if you've heard anything, I think it would be important to share.
Dr. Watts, I think he was telling me earlier today he was having some.
Oh no, I was going to say I don't see him. It's like,
so I've looked on the participants. Okay. I don't see. He. Okay. He must have.
I don't see. Yeah, he's off now. But based on that, is there any comments that you would add or any thoughts you have?
Yeah, I would. In that, I do participate in the academy. I think I mentioned to
right.
Response to Director Bowen in the academy when there's training is that they do share out. I know when I was a part of that session, they shared out their experience of when they tried one of the interventions of de-escalation, and how in particular they were asked to identify one student that they would be working with this year that they knew, and then they responded back when I attended their next training, and they talked about how it was important to build that relationship, and that allowed them to do that. So that is an actual experience that I heard of. I'm sure there's more that Mr. Kovich could share, but that's one that I can tell you that I've seen and heard with my own eyes. There are things that we can't just assume that our safety services officers have in terms of skills. And that's why we dig deeper into making sure we do the training around MTSSB. We do the same thing with our bus drivers. And so that they can experience what those interventions are within a school system, a school support system. And when they're aligned with the types of quite honestly, the reinforcements, the positive reinforcement areas that are going on in the school, that makes a whole lot of difference, as opposed to saying, I'm gonna enforce something outside of the school building that's not aligned with what's happening on a bus. And I think that's what I'll share. Tim, I'll let. So I knew you were going to lose connectivity.
One, I apologize. I missed out when Dr. Watts was talking, and he got to a critical point of saying one really important thing, and then I shut down, so I missed everything else.
I'll let him finish.
Absolutely. So just bottom line, what have our safety service officers, our SROs, have they shared with you at any point their feelings about how they are perceived by students, staff, families in the community, specifically Kent School District?
Thank you for that. Our safety officers, they feel very, very positive about the response that they have from the students. They feel very well valued and liked. And during this situation, as things were evolving with the protests and all of the other pieces, our safety officers were actually asked to be a part of some of the situations and to actually be there as support, because they did not put them in the same light as a police officer. And those interactions were very positive, and they still are during the lunch distributions and during some of the other things. They want to come up and hug some of our officers, but we're in a social distance, and but it's been very well received. And our police officers, our SROs, they've kind of been doing their own personal survey, talking amongst the other officers on the street, and just in the 4 that we have. And in our area here, they see what's going on the media and everything else. They have been pleasantly surprised to see that it's been very positive to them. The responses from the community has been very positive. Thanks for being here. It's really appreciate you. They get a lot of that positive. So it's not, they're surprised. They're not seeing the negative. And our SROs, Kevin Strong, he walked with Chief Padilla at the one of the first protest marches put on with the students downtown and everything else. And people were pointing out, hey, that's my SRO, that's Kevin. And they recognized that. And so there was a feeling. He is a officer of color. He's and I think
I know
that does kids, they see themselves.
You said that, so I heard the last part that they see themselves in Kevin.
They see, yes, they see the
Yeah.
connection with the officer, and it's a very positive connection. He recognizes that.
I know. Speaking of connection,
I think speaking of connections,
yeah, you were
Tim,
going in now.
we're losing you.
They've been positive. It's been very positive.
Okay.
So I think it'd be good to have, I think the public and, in this town hall, to meet the 4 SROs. I think that would be really helpful, get to know them as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was a part, Director Van Gadosselum, when I was in Seattle with the West Seattle precinct. We did that every year at one of our high schools. We brought in our SROs and families came in and asked questions of them, and the chief was there. And those are the things that we're talking about right now with Chief McCurdy and Padilla and President Hamada, that we look forward to that. They do, because they have been, to kind of summarize our beginning, which I started with a slide of our partnerships. It's been 3 decades. Have we been perfect? Absolutely not, because I was a part of the early 2000s when there was an issue, and I was a principal at the time, and the focus was on security and policing, and that's not where we should be. And I'm proud to say that we've come a long way, and we have a long way to go. But as Tim mentioned, we hear nothing but great things out there. And back to the 150 some odd cars waiting in line for distribution, you would think there would be some. And so I was out all the time just checking in on our both our safety services staff and our officers, and they would tell me, Mr. Vella, 99.9% of the people were very positive. Yes, we do get that. They were waiting 2.5 hours. And it's like, wow, if they didn't have a good focus or a good thought about our officers, it definitely would have shown, and that's not what we're seeing. And again, I want to thank you, the board, for your support and for asking those questions, because that's what our community wants you to do.
And to go back to Dr. Watt's story, did they start smiling more?
Are you asking?
I'm going back to your anecdote. Did they start smiling more?
Well, I don't know. I can't tell you that. I wanted to share that was, I think from a perspective of what is our community. So perception
Mhm.
versus reality, right? When we think
Right.
about what does our community in general want to see? And in some ways we think it might be some grandiose plan,
Right.
or some huge shift in how we operate. And in fact, I was just, I will say not surprised, at the same time, pleased to hear that was something that was important to our community, or at least a part of our community, about how our SROs, or safety service officers, respond, which did tell us what they perceived, how they weren't responding. And so
Right.
I don't know. I'll ask that. I don't have
Well,
those data, but that would be
from a
good to know.
leadership, yeah, from a leadership perspective, sometimes it is just as simple as that. Like, I've
Absolutely.
worked with managers that said, so, my employee is a jerk, and I'm like, why do you think that? What specific things are they doing? It's like, well, they never bring a notebook to the meeting like everyone else and take notes. And so sometimes it's as simple as just saying, you know what, officer, you would be better perceived by all our students if you would just smile. And it's translating that information. So, there's that two-way communication piece that I guess I look for always. It's like when you gather a piece of information that is really easy to implement and would have a positive impact, it's just doing that. That's a super easy thing to just go, hey, by the way, you guys, the perception is you're not friendly because you don't smile. So just so you know, so you can address that, right? So sometimes I think in this work, if there's a super easy way to just address perception, I would love to see us do that.
Yeah, and I'd like to add, I'd be remiss if I didn't, back to Director Bowen's, our over 130 languages that are spoken out there. And back to Dr. Watson, because I've done a lot of work with different communities that don't speak English as their first language. They say the same thing, that oftentimes when they see a community of color, and by the way, that could be a leader or an office staff or whoever, immediately turn away because they're not going to be able to speak the language. They say that to us, versus smiling makes a big difference. And that's the first language you speak. That's the first language we speak to our families. Yep.
And I think too, because I've been involved with these issues with the city of Kent and the city of Covington, is they want to see somebody that looks like them walk into their communities or be in their schools. And I know that from the years that we started doing advocacy down in Kent, that they have tried really hard to make a more diverse workforce. Just walking through with one of my boxing kids to become a police officer, the test and stuff and all the scrutiny just to become an officer is pretty darn rigid. And the civil service exam is pretty intense, and they are making an effort in our community. And I think King County is too, because we work with them through our boxing program also in Covington. Chief McCurdy is certainly trying to do that, even though our community is slowly encroaching on more of a community of diversity. We're trying very hard to do that. That seeing that officer that looks like you or can speak the language or has a smile, all those things are important. And I have personally seen how the relationship building, when we had an officer that Chief Padilla generously gave to our club, the city was paying, the kids didn't know he was a police officer for a long time. And then it actually helped him when he rolled up on a situation with his uniform on, that he broke down, and the incident was immediately handled because they had a relationship with him. And I'm sure that's true of our SRO and safety officers too. But thank you very much, Mr. Villa, for this presentation, and Officer Kovich. I think it's been educational. I wish people would kind of look at this, and I'm going to encourage people online to take a look at this, because there's more data here than I think a lot of parents or community members realize. But I really am looking forward to doing something with our kids and talking about this sooner rather than later, because there's a lot of people out there that may not even really be involved in our schools that are, demanding stuff that they may not even realize we've already taken and put into place. So thank you very much for that. So
thank you to the board.
Thank you for taking up your day.
Yes, well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Sri. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right.
And so we are at 1 o'clock here, and we had one more item on the agenda. How do we feel about continuing or leaving?
I personally, I really want to talk about this, but I want to be respectful of, staff time. And so can we put this on another work session?
I would certainly appreciate that, and we can prioritize that at our next. I know that President Amato, we've talked about others and polling the board to make sure we have multiple upcoming work sessions. So if that's okay with the board, I would certainly make sure we prioritize that for our next work session.
It's certainly with me, so. And I kind of see some head nodding, so it looks like we have a consensus, so.
Yeah.
Anyway, I really appreciate everybody coming today and I've learned a lot. We've accomplished a lot, so that makes me feel really good personally. So thank you all. And that, if there's nothing further, I'm going to adjourn the meeting. So thank you.
Thank you so
Bye,
much. Have a
everyone.
good rest of the
Thank you.
weekend. Be safe, okay?
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.